Okay. Here we go. All right. All right, cool. All right, if y'all bitches hear like any weird, like clapping sounds, is because like there's like a small little like gnat flying around. So like, I'm totally going to like kill it or something if I see it, just in case. Huh. I wonder if I'm just not observant at all, but I'm noticing like an extra like little bar in my OBS like audio, and I don't know if it's always been there. But maybe it has. Who knows? It looks like we're good for frames. Howdy. Welcome to the Saturday stream. This time, somewhat on time. I'm drinking some Thai iced tea on the side, and I think I added too much sugar. I ain't Persica. I don't drown my drinks in sugar all the time. Oh god. I think I did add too much sugar. I literally swallowed like a sugar ball. That's sweet. Oh yeah, I added too much. It's still good, but definitely a little bit sweeter than I would like. Also, I don't think I stirred it enough because like, I don't think the sugar is like fully dissolved. Probably. All right. Let's see, so I have to keep making experience, apparently. 22 hours for 9 of these things? Damn. That seems like an oddly specific amount of experience, too. Because, like, it's 3,200... Oh, no, that's how much I have. Never mind. Yeah, that's how much I have. That makes more sense. Wait. Oh, okay, there we go. I was trying to figure out, like, why I couldn't make any more, because, like, I'm looking at, like, how much I have for, like, my resources. And, like, it's because you can't go past 24 hours. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Do I just want to keep on making this shit? I'm not really using my prefab units for anything. At least I don't think I am. Oh, yes, I am. I'm using prefab units for the AI enhancement, so I don't want to use all of them up then. I don't want to use all of them up. And I don't think you need that many of these things anyway, so... Okay, there we go. I'm just trying to make sure I don't use all my prefabs. And then... Ah, shit, I can't... Oh, goddamn. I need to keep making teddy bears. Like, I literally, like, need to keep on making teddy bears. Alright. I'm going up till, like, I have, like, enough of the, enough of my energizers. There we go. There we go. That like gets me going. All right. Yeah, I'm never gonna have enough teddy bears because everyone loves teddy bears for some reason. Wait, what happens if I hit max? Wait, what? Oh, okay. So I can hit max and it'll just make as much as I can make. Alright. I was expecting like an error box to appear or something. These two aren't open yet, but we're only on chapter 6 of the game, and there is only 6 chapters in the game, so nothing more to it than that. Hold on. Yeah. You know, I actually kind of like how more on the nose Rico is. But she's not story relevant though. She's not story relevant the same way Kalina is story relevant. Kind of feels like she should be. She should be story relevant. I am still mega on the fence on whether or not I want to buy 416's costume. Mostly because it don't even look like 416 anymore. It really doesn't. This just seems kind of like someone's like OC or something. Like, I don't know why, the costumes in Girls Front Line, they feel like 416. This one just doesn't feel like 416. So despite it being a 416 costume, I don't think I want to buy it, actually. I don't believe I do. Man, it's funny, now that, like, I'm actually, like, playing the game somewhat, It's like I actually am using like my digicoins now. I'm using up my money. Because I used to be over cap on like all my resources. Not anymore. Not anymore. Okay, so I need to...
教授とは常々きちんとお話ししたいと思ってはいますが、仕事が途切れる気配はなく、ですので今度手が空いたらお話ししませんか?
I'm looking at like what takes up like the most processing power on my computer right now. Apparently, I thought my web browser would be like up at the top, but I guess not actually. My web browser like barely uses up any. It's mostly the emulator, OBS of course. Well, like my web browser takes up a little bit, but it's definitely like a whole lot of like the emulator as well as Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. That should help out a little bit. Oh, okay, that should help out a lot, actually. All right, then. Yeah, I definitely need to, like, invest in, like, a double PC setup kind of thing. Yeah, we should be fine now. Yeah, this entire time I thought it was my browser taking up space, but it's not the browser. It's definitely the emulator itself. But then back then when I used to use Nox would take up a lot though. Nox would take up a lot, BlueStacks takes up a lot, so this is the best I got. And then the other ones also they don't work for me anyway. This doesn't affect the main campaign. Let's see. Where's the Asian man? The Asian man is gone. On time stream. On time stream, definitely. Definitely on time stream. Why is Spaceship in a Bottle the second best gift I can give Kluke? I don't think 416 likes spaceships. I don't remember her being an otaku, but apparently she is. There we go. The antique swords don't make sense. The ship in a bottle don't make any sense. The plushie charm kind of makes sense. The cake, I mean, everyone likes cake. Afternoon tea, I guess everyone likes tea. She's neutral. She's neutral about the cake and tea, actually. What does she hate? What does she hate? Alright, so 416 hates coffee. She absolutely hates coffee. She doesn't like coffee. She doesn't like the extra large cake. Wait, that don't make any sense. Wait. So she likes the deluxe cake. Okay, so she's neutral. She's neutral about the deluxe cake, the basket and the bun afternoon tea. She's neutral about those things. She's neutral about the meal for two. But for some reason, she has a sad face for the extra large cake? Why? Is she on the fucking diet? I thought fucking T-dolls don't get fat. That's why Spas can eat whatever she wants. I'm pretty sure they don't get fat. So what's up with the extra? Does she not like the flavor of the extra large cake? And then she doesn't like fast food. I feel like she should be neutral on the fast food as well. This seems completely random. Also, she likes the antique swords, but she's neutral about the practice shinai, which is also a sword as well. And she's neutral about the army knife. So, she's neutral about the army knife, but she loves the antique sword. The antique sword's her favorite gift. What? And then Antonina's eating be unladylike. Antonina likes all the food shit. So meal for two, working meal, and fast food. She likes all that unhealthy otaku shit. She's neutral about the cakes though, afternoon tea, coffee, modeling kit. Antonina hates the teddy bear though. She hates all the cute shit. So teddy bear, cartoon doll, plushie doll. Alright, plushie charm. Antonina doesn't like the cute shit. Croquet loves the model kits because she's an otaku. She loves the spaceship in a bottle. And she loves the digital toy brick. She's neutral about the food and most of the other shit. Croquet, she hates the meal for two and she hates honey. Huh. Not liking honey. Persicaria loves the coffee though. She loves the coffee, she loves the meal for two. Oh, she has more love gifts. She loves the working meal and she loves the plushie charm. But she hates the bun. And she hates the dozen buns. And she hates the basket of buns. Do you not like Asian food? I guess Persicaria doesn't, she don't like the Asian food. It's not her thing, I guess. Wait, what's Persica's nationality? Is Persica German? I don't know what her nationality is, but she definitely ain't Asian, it seems. She don't like the buns. I think Rossi was German. Or G36. Or she's British or something. Afternoon tea, army knife, honey. The honey goes well with the afternoon tea. And then she hates the model kit, she hates the working meal, and she hates the Odin. So G36 also isn't a fan of Asian food. She doesn't like the noodles. She is not a fan. Where's my Asian bitches at? Is Kroku Japanese? Chansey's Chinese, so she must love the Chinese food. Intimacy. She likes the teddy bear. She likes the cartoon doll. She likes the bun. She's neutral about all the food stuff, it seems. She's neutral about the strawberry cake. Wait, why do so many people not like the Odin noodles? So she doesn't like coffee. She doesn't like the chocolate sundae. And she doesn't like the Odin noodles. You're Chinese! You're the Chinese girl. Why do you not like the noodles? Let me see. Where's my other Asian bitches? Sochan's Asian, right? She's Asian. She should be Professor Lu Zhu. That's a fucking Asian ass name. That is a Chinese ass name if I've ever seen one. So her professor's Chinese. So she must like it. Let's see. She likes afternoon tea, extra large cake. All right. So she loves the large cake, and then petite flower. She's neutral about all the other stuff. What she hate? Why do so many people hate the Odin? And then coffee. She hates coffee. A lot of people don't like coffee. I mean, I don't blame them. And a lot of people don't like chocolate sundaes either. What's wrong with chocolate sundaes? I thought everybody liked chocolate sundaes. What is Choco like? Deluxe cake, extra. Oh my god, she likes all the food shit. Deluxe cake, extra large cake, chocolate sundae, strawberry shake, and petite four. She's neutral about the afternoon tea and some of the other meal shit. She hates the basket and the bun. She hates the coffee. She hates the dozen buns, and she hates the buns. There seems to be a deep hatred for Asian food, I'm noticing right here. Very few of these people like the Asian. Okay, Sakia's Japanese. She is definitely Japanese. Do you not like Japanese food? Do you not like Asian food? Antique sword, cartoon talk. Oh, hey, look it! We finally found somebody that likes Odin because she's literally Japanese. Saki is a Japanese name. She has to like the Asian shit. She's neutral about the cakes and whatever. She's neutral about coffee. She doesn't like the meal. Oh, she don't like the fast food shit. So a meal for two, working meal of fast food. All right. So Sakia likes the healthy stuff. She's not a fan of the fast food. So like Sakia is clearly the only Japanese one here. Everyone else is Chinese or something. I mean, isn't Odin Chinese though? Like Odin is Chinese, but like some of the Chinese bitches don't like it though. Unless they grew up on it and that's why they don't like it. Sakia is the only one that likes it, at least from what I've seen. A lot of people don't like the buns. Fish balls, crab sticks, and kelp. It's a box of Odin. Gifted to $1 to raise your intimacy. I don't know, game. A lot of people don't like this shit. Yeah, that's Asian right there. Fish balls, crab sticks, and kelp. That's Asian shit right there. A basket of buns filled with meat, vegetables, and bean paste. How do people not like chocolate sundae? They must not like ice cream in particular. I don't know. I like how coffee is like one of the more expensive gifts. Because if it's orange, it's expensive. And then some of the girls seem to hate the deluxe cake. Alright then. It definitely feels like some of it is just slapped on there. It's like super random. Meal for two. Oh! Oh, DeLacy likes the Asian food. I don't even think DeLacy's Asian. I'm pretty sure she's like... She's like Russian or something. She seems American, actually. She seemed like she's American. DeLacy sounds like a French name. Well, I remember coffee is relatively like a South American... It's like a South American, North American kind of thing. It's like Europeans and Asians are tea people. You live on that side of the world, you're into tea. You live in the Americans, which is North America and South America, you're coffee. And I think a lot of the coffee comes from South America, like Brazil and shit. I think Brazil and Mexico have like a lot of coffee plantations. And then I don't think America really makes their own coffee. Americans like import like all their coffee beans and shit. Coffee is definitely like a very acquired taste. Like I think anybody can drink tea, but I think coffee you gotta like really acquire a taste for it. I know that in America especially, coffee is like very ingrained in our history because like it was like our forefathers drink a shit ton of that shit. Like they literally called it the Enlightenment when they discovered coffee. Like in American history, like everyone was drinking tea, but not everyone liked tea. They were like, oh, yo, tea sucks. And then they discovered coffee. And then we all like, yo, we drinking coffee every day and shit like that. Oh, and then also like hot chocolate. Surprisingly, in America, like hot chocolate is actually considered like a breakfast item. I didn't even know that until recently. So, especially back in the day. So back in the day, coffee, like the early presidents always drink coffee, but they also used to always drink hot cocoa. Like hot cocoa wasn't even considered like a treat or candy. It was considered on the same level as coffee. So coffee and hot cocoa is like, it's the same thing in America. I've always considered like hot cocoa to be a treat. Like you're literally drinking chocolate. But I guess in the history of America, hot cocoa is just coffee. It's just sweet coffee essentially. I don't know why. Like I was like looking up like random historical American shit recently, and like in that was like food, like what like our forefathers used to like eat and drink and whatever. Coffee is up there because that was the Enlightened period, and coffee, sugar, and hot cocoa. Coffee, sugar, hot cocoa were like deeply ingrained in the history of America. So yeah. Oh, you can't even interact with her here. I got time. And then I already got all the, I already got all the newer fragments there. So I want to grab the newer kits. I'm going to assume that hot cocoa probably is like a little bit healthier than coffee. A little bit healthier because like coffee is like 90% caffeine, and then hot cocoa is just like a very sweet fruit essentially. Oh yeah, this is... I never did finish the Enigma thing. But I'm more interested in the... I'm more interested in looking at the wisdom backstory. So it's like wisdom, we found out that she's pretty smart. She's a pretty smart sanctifier and shit before like her untimely demise. And then Faith is here. She got reset. And like, she doesn't know, she doesn't have any memories because she got reset. And then her friends be all like, oh yeah, your ass, you killed an administrator. And then they're like, she's like, what? I don't remember any of this. Also, it's funny how like they're humanizing the sanctifiers, but if you look in the future, we're getting EOS in the future, so we about to get Sanctifier waifus in the future in the gacha. There's gonna be a fucking Sanctifier capture system and shit. Girls Frontline, this is. That fucking rifle is huge. The rifle is like the same size as her. I don't even think you could construct that in real life. I guess the technology in the future must be really good. I mean, this is all data. This ain't real. This is not a real rifle, but it kind of makes me wonder if, like, if they ever canonize, like, Project Neurocloud, if we put Faith in the real world, can Griffin make her a rifle this big? I'm pretty sure it'd be illegal for us to make a rifle this big for her, though. Like, the state side would be like, yo, what the fuck you making? We're making a giant rifle. I don't think the state side would let us make it. And then these girls live in a land of magic and operans, and there's no such thing as operans in the real world. Yeah, well, basically, when I say unrealistic, I mean, like, in context of, like, how small, Wisdom is. Like, I feel like even if we're talking about, like, future Android tech, I don't know if she'd be able to carry this thing. I mean, well, look at how tall... So the rifle's slanted. The rifle's slanted, but, like, look at how tall Wisdom is. And, like, we had to, like, just not count the helmet. Love is small. Love is a lolly. Love is a lolly. Wisdom is taller than Love, even though the art looks different. But if we look at the rifle compared to Wisdom, and if we cut off the helmet part, it's like the gun's definitely bigger than her, and like, and her torso. So if we look at her fucking hourglass figure shit, like, the gun is the same size as her waist or whatever. Not just her weight. The gun is like the same thickness as her body. I don't know if like IOP can even make like Wisdom in real life. I mean, I say real life in context of Girls Frontline loreverse or whatever. Like, I know that the T-Dolls is supposed to be like hecka strong and shit, but I don't know if Javier can make a T-Doll capable of wielding like an anti-railgun rifle, whatever shit this is. Like, whatever the equivalent. Obviously, this is a magic gun because like it shoots operants or whatever. So I don't think there's much lore about like what this gun's supposed to be. They say this gun shoots bullets, but is it laser bullet? Is it shooting? It looks like it's shooting lasers or some shit. I don't know. Like, in combat, it looks like it's shooting lasers, but then like in the event though, especially like when they're hiding and shit, they're saying that she's shooting bullets or whatever. So I don't know. It's obviously a magic rifle in context of PNC, but in real life though, what's the equivalent of the real life version of this in Girls Frontline? Won't that be Dreamer? Yeah, so Dreamer has like a laser cannon. Dreamer has a laser cannon. Wisdom, this is supposed to be a sniper rifle. That's what the words they use. They use the word sniper rifle in PNC, but when they're inside the Pyridus sector though, there is lines about her saying like she's gathering operants. She gathers operants at her rifle, and then the rifle shoots like a high-powered bullet. So it's kind of making me think that this is like a railgun then. Like, the more energy she like inputs in the gun, the faster the bullet goes. They use the word bullet specifically, but they also use the word operand. And I know that this game uses the term operands very loosely. It's like the people are made of operands. The air is made of operands. Persicaria gathers operands in her hand, and she uses that to heal, or whatever like that. Persicaria is basically a wizard. And then, like, we were also giving operands to fucking, like, Odile, because we're trying to make sure she doesn't die and shit, and everyone's like, wait, everyone, gather your operands, or whatever. So, your operands is also, like, your key energy, if you think about, like, Dragon Ball terms and shit. I don't know, like, they're super loose with operands in... Oh, and then your operands is your fucking blood? Because, like, when somebody gets stabbed, then they're all like, oh my god, he's leaking operands. We gotta patch up the wound or something. So, operands is magic, operands is blood, operands is life, operands is everything. And Wisdom's gun can compress operands and shoots a bullet at a high speed. And then the bullet explodes because of the operands. So, yeah. So, she's gathering key energy, I guess is what you're saying. She's gathering key energy into her rifle, and then it expels the bullet. And then, like, key energy is supposed to be your life energy. If you go by, like, ninja terms, it's chakra. Monks and ninjas use the term chakra for their life energy. And shit. They kind of use this term operands just freely, though. And then like Hana like low key kind of became the administrator for Rosum. Even though Turin is technically the administrator, Hana is like the shadow administrator. It does lend a lot of questions to whether or not, okay, this fly, okay. It does lend a lot of questions on like whether or not the Sanctifiers would still be strong in real life, in context of Girls Frontline, because Girls Frontline don't have such a thing as operins, obviously. And they use operins as a terminology for, like, the air that they breathe and shit. So, they're all like, Lord Hesperus and Lord Esphorus are, like, super strong because they have a lot of operins. They use the term operins as, like, power level, too. Because, like, Sol makes the... She makes the line about, like, hey, I want to fight him. Or, no, I can't fight him because I don't have enough operants to fight Esperus or whatever. So, basically, they're definitely using it as, like, a terminology for, like, your power level. So, like, if we use the in-game mechanics, it's like my Sol has 9,000... My Sol has, like, 7,000 power level. So, does that mean she has 7,000 operants? So Esphorus, his power level must be off the charts then. Like, he's gotta have, like, a power level of, like 1 million. He must be, like, 1 million operans, or some shit like that. So, is it even possible to make the Sanctifiers in real life? I mean, what would be the equivalent of, like, whatever their power is? Like, just electricity? If you were to make the Sanctifiers in real life, I guess you would have to give them, like, a nuclear reactor or some shit. Maybe they could work off, like, the fucking, like, containment bomb shit that, like, Angie used or something. That would be the only thing that kind of makes sense to me in, like, Girls Frontline terminology. So... And then, like, okay, also, like, what the fuck does M4A1 run off of, then? Because... M4A1 and Dandelion have powers. That doesn't seem like it's tied to technology. But, obviously it's technology. There's no such thing as magic in Girls Frontline. Magic is not real. So, everything is technology-based in Girls Frontline. But M4A1 and Dandelion seem different. The Isomers seem different. Because, in Fixed Point, as well as, like, in some of the other previous events, like in Isomer and shit, like, okay, so, M4A1 and Dandelion had their fight, and they're flying and shit. They're flying, they have barriers, and then, when M4A1 went inside Dandelion's body, she used some sort of weird, like, power to push back the Nitos and shit. Now, she couldn't do it all the time, though. She feels tired after she used her power. But, like, what is that? Is that magic? It's not magic. Oh, there, here's the line. I want to fight him. No. I don't understand chance because I'm out of operans. So it is power level, then. Yo, Antonina, what's the scouter say on Lord Esphoros's power level? What's the scouter say on his operant level? It's over 9,000! And then, like, another thing that doesn't make sense, too, is that, like, all the Sanctifiers can... Well, not all the... All the greater Sanctifiers can call upon operins from the Babylon Tower. Can you emulate that in Girls Frontline? I don't know if you can. Like, imagine if, like, the fucking, like, Griffin girls can call upon, like, extra power from, like, the Griffin base. Because that would basically be what they're doing. Which I don't think they have the tech for that. This game is magical. I forget, like, what the phrasing is. The phrasing's like, any technology that's not explained is like the equivalent of magic or something. Something about technology and magic basically being the same thing if you don't understand it. I forget how the saying actually goes, but it's basically like that. Everything here is technology, but they're treating the technology in a magical way, though. Like, Persicaria would be worthless in, like, the real world. It's like, what is she gonna do? Gather operands in her hands? It's like, Persicaria, you're in the real world. There's no operands. There's no operands out here. I don't even know how buffers would even work in Girls Frontline. They never explain how handguns do that. Like Grizzly. Like Grizzly in Girls Frontline. She buffs everyone's attack power. How? How do you do that? How does that even work? Like, everyone's using guns in Girls Frontline. And it's like, the only way that could possibly make sense would be like, if any of the handgun buffing T-dolls, if they somehow could like, make the bullet go faster or something. It doesn't make any sense, actually. It makes sense in context of PNC, because, like, the buffers, all they have to do is, like, incorporate more, operands into the person they're buffing. And then, like, when you debuff somebody, they're, like, removing operands or something. But in the handguns, though, how did the handguns buff other T-dolls? You know, like... And then Jill, don't even get me started on Jill. Jill makes a drink for somebody, she makes a fucking sugar rush, and increases everyone's attack power by 25%. Jill makes a fucking Harbortrine drink, increases everyone's buff by like 50%. Jashine's not real. There's no snake waifu. She's not real. There is no magic. There is no magic in Girls Frontline. You got to wake up Alice. You have to wake up Alice. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as magic. It's technology. It's technology. Alright. So this is the wisdom story. I want to see the wisdom story. Sometime before the entropic attack, the oasis and the gardens of the Pyrrhus sector. Odette sits by the withered grass, looking thoughtfully towards the heart of the garden. Oh shit, this is when she was alive? Oh, I feel really sad now. So bitch is dead already. Odile's alive, but Odette is dead. The word fantastical is used to describe things that are lovely, but do not conform to the laws of reality. So does that make this flower fantastical? Obviously, Snake Gore and Minotaur are human experiments gone horribly wrong. Somebody took a poor teenage girl and they sliced her, and then they gave her snake bottom. And then the Minotaur girl got lucky. All they did was they glued horns to her, or they grafted horns to her skull, and then they grafted a tail to like her spinal cord or something. The Minotaur girl had it easier, but the snake girl got sliced in half. Oh, and if you're gonna ask about the regenerative abilities, nanomachines. Nanomachines is how they regenerate. Obviously. Okay, cool. So this is before Odile becomes emo, and she becomes all black and shit. Odette, I've been searching for you all day. Startled, Odette immediately springs up to meet her sister's gaze. I was inspired, so I wanted to finish it. What's the matter, big sis? While creating works of art might be part of our base commands, we don't even have enough operands to maintain our collections, so don't be too wasteful. We may be able to turn things around very soon. Perhaps, but how much longer can we last? I just wish we could leave behind some traces of ourselves before then. We're still here, so there's bound to be a way. You're probably right. Come with me, we have a guest. Huh? But all the agents have gone. How come we still have guests? That's when Odette catches sight of something strange. Rico! An agent carrying a huge backpack stands at the entrance of the garden, her keen eyes drinking in the surroundings eagerly. Wow, this garden is so pretty! Granted, a lot of flowers have wilted, but weaker can spend a large amount of operans that were poured into it in the past. Ah, it's a sense of money. Odette, this is Miss Rico, a trader. Rico, is it? I heard a lot about you from Ranko, who comes by our sector often. Wait, is this how Ranko got infected? Oh. So if Ranko visited here all the time, that must have been how she got infected then. And then like, by the time Inverted Mordant happened, then like the infection got far enough, and then like, that's how she got corrupted. Hello, hello. Oh, so Ranko mentioned me. So like after this, we had the Copley sector. So yeah, so the Inverted Mordant really was a spoiler. Like, the EN server was not supposed to get that event yet. I mean, we already know that Ranko's dead at this point. But we're not supposed to know that Ranko's dead, but we know that Ranko's dead. And then Ranko was all like, Rico, you and I we can make the traders great again or something. And then like, Rico was all like, no, you must die. And then we killed her, or whatever. She said a few things, like, how you're more capable than many other traders. Oh, not bad. She remembered to make her senior look good. Are you working on a piece now? Can I come in? Don't worry, please step inside. It's not often that we see other traders come by. Is Ranko tied up by something? She's handling trades in other sector. So Rico will be relaying the response to the request you made some time ago. Is it about the requester operant support? The current operant allocation in the pure sector is not sufficient to keep up with the expenditure of maintaining our art collection. Due to extraordinary circumstances, we hope that the traders can provide us with extra operants. Yes! So we'll begin operants, Miss Rico? Ranko's been working with you for a long time, so she brought your request before the entire trader collected for a vote. However, we are not able to grant your request. Oof, the gloom is positively suffocating. Huh. The more I see like how hard for operants they were, I guess it definitely makes sense why we didn't come here first then. Because they did mention that like the Pyrrhus sector is the closest sector to the Oasis, but the Oasis needed like a shit ton of operants to maintain the sandbox layer, and I guess if we did come here first, then like we would have been all like, yo, like Pyrrhus sector, can you spare some operants? And then like Odell would have been all like, yo, we need operants. So it wouldn't have helped us at all then. That's why the Rossum sector is chapter 1, because the Rossum sector was a big sector that actually had operants to spare. It does make me wonder why Odell and Odette didn't go to other sectors for support though. Maybe even ask the Sanctifiers if they could get extra operants or something. I mean, it seems to me like they could have been friends with like Turing or some shit. They probably wouldn't be able to become friends with the Cyclops sector or whatever. The Cyclops sector was pretty bad, and oh shit, like most of these sectors are pretty bad actually. The Enigma sector was bad. The Cyclops sector was bad. The Helios sector was bad. Oh shit. I think the only sector they would have been able to go to would be the Rossum sector. And, like, I don't even know if Turing would have even given them any operants anyway, because, like, obviously Turing just can't give them free operants. Like, they need to trade. They would need to, like, trade for operants somehow, so what would they even have to offer Turing? Huh, the more I think about it, I guess the Pyrrhus sector really would have just, like, I guess died or something. And then, like, I doubt the Oasis could have even given them extra operants. Yeah, this sector was doomed to fail. Ranko must have made me pass on the message because she knew this would happen. I'm going to make her pay for this. Well, I knew you'd be disappointed, but we traders have rules that we must follow, so there's nothing I can do. Trade is a trade. There has to be a give and take. The operants must flow. You mean the Periodist sector needs to provide something in exchange for more operants? Periodist has many works of art in store, right? If you were willing to give us some high-quality duplicates of them, we'd have some room to bargain for your request. We can help sell these art pieces at the high price. Huh. Do the other sectors need artwork? Oh yes, for instance, the Burbank sector desperately craves them. Ah, yes, the Burbank sector. Which we haven't been to, technically. I refuse. The air suddenly grows still. Rico's face falls, and Ordeal sighs. Odette, don't be so selfish. I won't agree to that deal. Even if you reach an agreement, I won't allow the duplication of any artwork data. Guys, the AI art. The AI art, do not steal. Do not steal AI art. I worked hard. I worked hard on this AI art. No copy and pasting. You're making things much harder for me too, you know. Would you like to discuss things? Rico can come back later. Alright, sorry for the inconvenience. See you next time, Miss Rico. There won't be a next time. Well, a trio's job is to make trades. It's no problem. Rico shrugs and jogs out of the garden. And after a brief moment of silence, Odile gestures to Odette. Come sit down, Odette. What do you think about the trade Miss Rico proposed earlier? I understand that it will definitely bring us operants, but doesn't that conflict with our purpose? Odette, you know that the operant allocation for each sector in Backseat are determined by their respective design purposes. And the fact that we constantly come up with unplanned content won't change our server's operant allocations. If we don't accept Ms. Rico's offer, not only will we run out of resources to keep creating art, we won't be able to sustain the basic functions of the sector. I know how severe the problem is, big sis. Ever since the humans stopped contacting us, we also stopped receiving the extra operands that they used to give us. I don't understand what that means. I want to know what that means, actually. What is an operand? Okay, so the Backseat server lost contact with the outside world, and the server admins that were human stopped talking to the admins, the AI admins that's in the server. And apparently the server admin for the Periodist sector gave the Periodist sector extra operands. What does that mean? Is that extra electricity? That can't be what operands are. Like, would it be like an internet connection? You live in the make-believe world. So, like, that make-believe world has, like, a finite resource somehow, though. That finite resource is operands. Operands is life. Operands is the body that sustains you. It's your blood. Operands is also the air you breathe. Operands is also magic. That's how, like, they can attack and shit. They use operands to power up their weapons. So, it's everything. The sector is running out of operands, and I guess technically Odette and Odile could stop making art, and then that way, like, the operands that, like, they manufacture on their own, I guess, that could be used to maintain the basic functions of the sector, but they won't be making art anymore, which is their purpose. Huh. The admins gave them operands. It's like, no matter how hard I think about it, like, I just don't know how that works. I need more context on that. The only other thing I could think about would be, like, RAM data or like hard drive space. So if Odette and Odile are making art, they're technically making something new. And obviously, like, if they're making, like, a fucking PNG file, that costs megabytes, right? If we think about this in data space terms. So if they are taking zeros and ones and converting it into art, and if they make an art, like a really high quality, like, fucking PNG file that's like 10 megabytes big. That is 10 megabytes that's not being allocated to the server itself, or to the sector, I should say. So operands might be the equivalent to hard drive space? Or RAM data? So every time they made art, and then their human creator liked the art, he copied it to a USB drive maybe, and then like, in exchange, he would give them extra hard drive space to make more art in or something? I have no idea. It could also be processing power, I guess. If we're talking about like a fucking like 8-core processor, then like the Rossum sector is the AI sector, so maybe that takes like 2 cores. The Burbank sector is like 1 core. The Cyclops sector is like 1 core. Maybe the Enigma sector is like 3 cores because like that like is like the database sector or some shit. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Since the art sector is not that important, maybe that's like half a core. That's like a half core of a processor or some shit. We can't stop creating, but at this rate, our upper end supply is only going to dwindle. More than half of the garden has withered away. Sooner or later, even the architectural works that we managed to preserve so far will disappear. Yes, however dazzling our work of arts may be, they are doomed to wither away in the long, arduous night. The terms Rico gave us are very generous. If we can make some copies, then we can continue our current lifestyle. But if art pieces can be perfectly duplicated, can they still be considered art? That would make them nothing more than a pile of merchandise, and my base commands won't let me do such a thing. We have the same base commands. You're opposed to this simply because you personally don't want to do it. Besides, all the things we're protecting are nothing more than duplicates of real-life objects anyway. We could have preserved them by duplication. Is it any better to watch them wither away like this? Odile and Odette is surprised. Odile looks at Odette and is surprised to see her little sister looking not as morose as before. On the contrary, she is now grinning with confidence. Big sis, I already have a solution. What do you mean? Come with me. Oh, it's the flower! A purple flower blooms quietly in a wilted bush. It is now late at night, and the petals glow with a bewitching violet radiance. Odette crouches down and tugs on Odile's sleeve to bring her down with her. Together, they examine the mysterious flower. This flower grows at night. It's as though stars were set into its petals. It's the very definition of something fantastical. Did you make this, Odette? No, dear sister. Odette gives Odile a mysterious wink. As long as we give it permission to grow, it will give us lots of operands. This is a blessing from the gods. Oh yes, from that moment, the wheel of fortune begins to turn. Allow me to tell you the story of what came afterwards. Well, we already know what came afterwards. A long, long time ago, there was a quiet and peaceful corner in Megressi. It existed, not for profitable or productive research, but only to preserve artworks in a digital format. The administrators of this paradise were a pair of sisters. A blessing from the gods. It makes me a little uneasy, Odette. The elder sister's emotions flowed like a surging spring, and her brilliant inspiration concealed her indecisiveness. People were moved by her tenderness and sentimentality, and even babbling brook would quiet down for her. What's there to be uneasy about? This is a boon, big sis. Those who work hard will always be rewarded. That's an unexchanging axiom in theater. The little sister had courage other agents were not equipped with. It burned like a roaring blaze under its light. Mere recklessness was nothing more than an unremarkable shadow. People were moved by her charm and vivacity, and so the gods turned the wheel of fate of her. The wheel of her fate. We are both administrators, so every operand requisition should be logged. So why is this flower not recorded? Because it's not made of data that came from our sector? That's why I say it's a gift from the gods. But it makes no sense. Don't worry about it, sis. If it were dangerous, the Sanctifiers on patrol would have alerted us. That's true. The Sanctifiers are much more sensitive to abnormal things than we are. If even the Sanctifiers didn't react to it, then perhaps it is a chance data mutation. That must be it. Our overall operant supply hasn't decreased. Perhaps this flower is a special supply system from the server. It's so weird when they talk about, like, growing plants, but, like, they still talk about, like, data and shit. It kind of, like, brings you back that this world doesn't exist. We need to nurture it properly, so that way it would give us more operants. All of our plans for the Starlight Theater, the Open Air Underground Library, and the Geyser Park. We can make all of them come true. And so, the brave little sister won over her hesitant elder sister. Petals fall on the ground, becoming new flowers. Within the soil of this paradise, the flowers multiplied from 1 stalk to 2, and then from 2 stalks to a bush. There are more and more flowers now, but every one of them gives the same amount of operants individually. How incredible. We have enough operants to renovate the gardens now. What do you want to do, Odette? Odette, are you listening? You've been looking so out of it lately. Are you computing something? No, I was just thinking about the garden renovation. Do we need to make any changes to the blueprints we drew up before? If you think it makes sense, I'll begin the reconstruction. Don't touch it! Why are you so worked up? Have you been affected by a data abnormality? Let me give you a checkup. No, I'm fine. Really relax. I like to build the garden by myself. I wanted it to be a surprise for you. Your neurocloud seems a little unstable. Are you sure you don't need my help? Yes, I'm okay. We might be sisters, but we're still administrators with the same privileges. Everything you can do, I can do it too. So don't fuss over me too much and go build something else. I'm very worried about you. We made it through the tough times, so we're managed just fine. Alright, I can't wait to see your new work, big sis. You said you were going to build a museum, right? A museum? We haven't finalized the blueprints yet. You're being too hasty. On the other hand, now that the library's framework has been laid down, all that's left is to furnish the interior. Unfortunately, neither Miss Rico or Miss Ranko have been around lately. Otherwise, I'll ask them for their opinions. Maybe they've been held up by something lately. However cute those traders might be, they won't rush if there's no profit in it. Oh! Is this when we're doing shit in the Rossum sector? That might be it. Because Rico, like, had her hands full in the Rossum sector, because that's when we were, like, running around and shit. And then, I don't know about Ranko. I think the first time we heard about Ranko was in the Enigma sector? Technically, I think it was technically the Enigma sector that we heard Ranko about, first time heard about Ranko. I can't count Inniver and Mordant, because I think Inniver and Mordant is technically, like, chapter 6.5 or something. It's either 6.5 or like it's chapter 7 or some shit. Why did we get Inniver and Mordant so early? Alright, I needed to grab my water bottle. It hurts knowing that Ranko's not around anymore. Okay, there we go. I had to grab something on my little, like, I have like a little, like, medicine cabinet in my room just in case. I feel a little bit of indigestion, so I'm just gonna take an antacid. I have one of those Pepto-Bismol chewable tablets. Alright. Alright, there we go. Hashtag not sponsored by Pepto-Bismol. In the heart of the little sister who was favored by the gods, A certain power burgeoned quietly. It was like a small blazing star, searing the little sister's neural cloud and subtly changing her. Oh shit, she's been infected. Had the elder sister noticed? Perhaps she had, but she still chose to believe in her little sister. Perhaps it's an act of faith, or perhaps she was just running away from the truth. Tragedies often stem from untimely acts of trust. Oh, she dead! She's dying. Big sis, my garden is ready. Why are you in such a terrible state? You've expended a ridiculous amount of operins. Why? Come, dear sister, come into my garden. You need operant support. I'll give you some. No need for that. Come, dear sister, come with me. Wait, don't drag me. I'll go with you. Welcome to my garden. You fill this place with these flowers of divine blessing. They're pretty, but don't you think it's kind of plain? Not at all. Come a little closer. We will become one! Eek! What are you sending me? The little sister suddenly embraced her older sister. Within her nearly transparent body, the burning star had reached its limits. Sister, don't you agree? We should have been born as one person. Only when your delicate sensitivity is joined with my urge to press forward are we truly complete. Love and courage can light up the night sky. That should be the end of the story. No. Why is your voice in my head? Odette, where have you gone? I can't see you. The paradise stirred by the rallying starry sky turned into a seabed of chaos. The brave little sister became one with her elder sister, in the garden she built with her bare hands, leaving only a shining star behind. The concept of sisters has lost its meaning. What stood here now was merely the administrator of the seedbed. Her eyes reflected the night. They were filled with stars, a sea of flowers, and the massive fissure in their midst. Countless monsters twisted by the darkness crawled out of it, writhing and creeping through the flowers. Why are the flowers like this? Odette, did you deceive me by locking me out? All of these were blessings from the gods. The gods gave them to me so I could fulfill my wish. Odile, my dear, sweet sister, you have chaotic emotion, and it is from the chaos that true art is born. We should not be obsessed with protecting what has already been made. We should create a drama of our own instead. No, I can't live on by myself. What is this? Is it pain? Why do I feel like I'm being torn apart? Why do I feel so afraid? And why do I feel like an urge to laugh? You would not be alone. I will always be in your territory layer, together with you, day and night. Humans call it dreaming. You see, dear sister, this is positively fantastical. You will hear my voice, and perhaps one day, you will also hear the Master's voice. Sister, accept this gift, then start penning our very own epic. At that, all things good and fantastical enveloped the elder sister, and just as the younger sister had hoped, her elder sister gained the full measure of the blessing. And the elder sister's final cry slowly faded into the dream. Thus the story of the paradise came to an end, and the story of the seedbed began. Oh, Supreme Master, does this performance please you? Well, cool, now we know what happened to them. Inside a sentry pulse on the border of the oasis. Alright, cool, we back. We back to the oasis. Simo's attention is entirely focused on the screen, constantly switching between camera heads through the video management interface. The sudden viral incursion has left the oasis on the brink of an upheaval, and the hurried departure of the professor and Princess Kara has only added to the chaos. Squeak! Squeak, squeak! Sako, be quiet. I told you, I don't have time to play with you right now. I need to keep an eye on the sandbox barrier's security cameras. There's no telling when those monsters show up again. This is the only thing I can do. Squeak? It must be quite a sight. Even though I told the professor I've already made up my mind, I still feel so lost when things need to be done. With the oasis under such unprecedented threat, I keep thinking that I should do something. Or at least those memory fragments tell me that I ought to do something. But I don't know. There's just so much I don't know. I haven't even figured out my role in all this. It feels awful, Sako. I made a decision and gave my promise. But now, that something unexpected has happened, I'm realizing just how fragile and pointless it all was. As Simo mutters to himself, the door to the sentry post is suddenly shoved open. Simo reflexively ducks behind his chair and raises his hand crossbow, but then puts it down upon seeing who it is. Oh! So that's what a fucking generic-ass agent for Oasis looks like, I guess. I like how it says exile. Like, they're literally wearing a fucking uniform that says that calls them an exile. Come to think of it, why is it just a generic agent, actually? Like, we literally have, we have, like, fucking agents to use that this could have been. It didn't have to be a generic character. This could have been, like, I don't know, Max? This could have been Chelsea? It kind of doesn't make sense for the story writers to just make this a generic character when they could have just used, like, any number of other characters. It also seems kind of stupid that we have a uniform. Like, we have a uniform that basically tells everybody that we're exiles. Simo, head back to the control hub with me. The situation is urgent, and everyone's waiting for you. They're waiting for me, you say? The professor and Persicaire aren't around, and Kroku's been hospitalized for critical injuries. Before they left, the professor handed the security department admin privileges to you. To me? Simo opens his portable terminal to verify the agent's words. Included with the admin clearance codes is a brief explanation of the arrangements. You've been helping the professor and Persicaire manage the security department the whole time. Persicaire has said that she had faith in your abilities. Simo silently reads the instructions. Then he raises his head and looks the agent in the eye. We need your professional knowledge. Please help us. But I understand. I'll head over right now. As for the monitoring work, leave it to me, Simo. Control hub, the Oasis. People come and go in the Great Hall. Agents are hurrying here and there, having hushed conversations or handing out orders. An uneasy Simo is invited to take the superior vantage point, where he can see everyone. Usually, it would have been occupied by the professor or Persicaria. The positions of the temporary observation stations in Area D71 are very awkward, and the existing patrol routes are unable to provide adequate coverage for all of them. The security department has submitted 6 new route proposals. Which do you think is the most suitable? Patrol plans? Hang on, let me take a look. It actually kind of makes me angry that, like, they literally have Cyclops back there constantly at 100%, 35%. That shouldn't even be there at all, honestly. I don't know. Simo, here are a few commonly used patrol route plans. I've already granted you browsing access. Alright, I'll remember them. I'm a little concerned. Is this information too dense? You said you wanted to familiarize yourself with it ASAP, but don't force yourself. Facing the past requires hard work. I'm prepared for it. Simo. Let's leave that aside for now. I have some suggestions for adjusting the applications of Plan C. Go ahead and tell me. Plan E. Go with Plan E. Understood. The technical department is yet unable to explain or provide a countermeasure to the breaches of Sandbox Barrier. All we can do for now is hope that the security department can independently respond to any incursions. We need to recruit additional agents to man the sentry posts. May we? Why do you like hanging out in the sentry post so much? Relax. It's good to be vigilant, but the Oasis is very safe now. I remember you. They call you Anna. It's Antonina. You've been on the watch for a long time. Did something happen? No, I just feel a little uneasy. My neurocloud tells me that I should always be on guard. That way. That way. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand why myself. That's also a good thing, isn't it? Perhaps if you keep at it, you'll gradually come to understand. Ahem. Anyway, as it happens, the Oasis Network Security Department needs to know about the distribution of various sentry posts. Could you tell them about it? Alright. Using the existing sentry posts as a baseline and staying within the bounds of the sandbox barrier, establish 1 to 2 new posts in between the current ones. As for their area coverage, standardize on the radius of Class 2 detection radars. Then what about the operand allocation? Operand allocation? How many operands should each temporary sentry post be allocated? Allocation, Simo furrows his brow, a rather unusual sight. He deliberates carefully for a while, looks through his data, then names a sum. However, these are only the beginning of the problems he must face, as the situation from each corner of the Oasis makes its way back to the control hub. The problems Simo must solve grow, increasingly complex and demanding. Is he alright? It looks like it's taken a lot out of him. Shh. He's been, you know. Ah, shit! Everyone knows that Simo got reset. He's been what? Good lord. You mean he's been reset? Then why is he handling this? Can't Kroku do it? Don't you know? Kroku was hurt while capturing a virus specimen and was hospitalized. Simo's the only one left who can hold the fort. Ugh! He seems to be really struggling. Can't anyone help him? But Miss Persica said we should believe in him. Besides, what if handling these tasks helps him to remember? Still. Maybe I should replace my hearing module with something less sensitive. Oh, excuse me. Could you repeat your question? I had to respond to one proposal after another. The comms channel and the control hub finally fall silent. Simo has been waiting for almost 10 minutes, but no new transmission are coming in. Thank you for your hard work. We cleared the backlog, so let us handle the rest. Simo exhales heavily and slumps in his chair. Another agent offers him a coffee, and he hurriedly straightens up and accepts it. He would very much like to tell them that he heard every word that they muttered earlier, but just as he's about to speak. Thank you. Just doing my job. Is there anything else you need? Simo avoids her gaze. He's afraid of seeing that familiar look in her eyes. Where's Python? I feel like Python would be better here. They didn't say that Python was hurt or anything. Is he like on the front line? He must be on the front lines, I guess. Why the fuck is Simo doing all this shit? Python just seems like he'd be in a better role. Is he not canonically here? I'm pretty sure Python was, like, mentioned at least, like, during the Burbank sector story. So, he's at least there, I think. But I thought he'd be here by now. Unless he's on the front lines. The same look he saw when he stared at himself in the mirror after waking up. I need to rediscover my past. Pardon me? No, it's nothing. I just need some rest and I'll be fine. Still tense, Simo drinks his coffee in small, nervous sips, while keeping an eye on the working agents. The agent in charge of communications switches between various frequencies, and after a while, her furrowed brow loosens up. We're getting feedback from the front lines. The situation is stabilized. That's good. Simo breathes a sigh of relief, and finally allows himself to lean back in his chair, whereupon he finds the communication agent staying beside him. Is something the matter? None of us expect the situation to be stabilized so quickly. I'd like to thank you, and I just want to say I'm starting to understand why Persicaria and the professor have so much faith in you. Simo does not know what to say for a moment. He looks up at the agent and is surprised what he finds in her eyes. Trust and friendship. He has a feeling he has seen such sentiments before. In the eyes of the professor, Persicaria, and many other agents. And now in one more pair of eyes. I should be the one thanking you. The conversation is interrupted by an agent hurrying over. Oh, is it time for a shift change? I'll be done soon. Give me a bit. You guys have been working for so long without a break. Do you really not need to rest? We want to check on the infected agents. After all, we can't relax if they're in critical condition. The infected agents? Where are they now? Oh, you want to check on Kroku, don't you? Kroku's still in the ICU. I wonder what her current condition is. I really hope she gets better soon. Kroku. Kroku is your friend. Oh! Sorry, Kroku is the supervisor of the engineering department. The agent, now feeling awkward and evasive, beats a hasty retreat. As he watches him leave, Simon puts down the cup of coffee that he's holding halfway to his lips. I should know these things, right, Saku? I should know this. God damn! When they said that he was reset back in Chapter 3, they weren't kidding, huh? Like Simo is legit, like, factory reset. My man here got, like, fucking default factory reset. He don't know shit. Ward 4, Area D71, Temporary Observation Station, the Oasis. Simo stands outside the ward. His right hand hangs hesitantly in midair, not daring to push open the door. Squeak, squeak. Should I go in? Sako? They said Kroku was my friend, but I don't remember who she is. Squeak. Simo eventually finds his resolve. He pushes open the door gently, as though he doesn't want to disturb the memories sealed behind it. Kroku is lying on the other side of the quarantine barrier. Her eyes are shut tight, and her brow is furrowed. Purplish black veins coil around her neck, pulsing with faint light, as though they're breathing. Simo unconsciously clenches his fist. Nameless anger and sadness well up inside him. Squeak! Sako, be quiet. Who's that? Kroku opens her eyes weakly. You. They both said you. You go first. Silence engulfs the room. The tongue-tied pair stare at each other awkwardly through the quarantine barrier. Hello, I'm Simo. Huh? Ha. What a weird way to start a conversation. I know you. I'm Kroku. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say at times like this. I'm very sorry I can't have a familiar chat with you like before. Well, we weren't exactly that close before. This isn't actually that different from how we used to be. Even trying to keep up a conversation for several minutes was hard. I'm actually surprised you came to visit me. Did we not get along then? But the others told me we were friends. Yes, we're friends. At least I consider us friends. It's just that you've always been very distant from everyone. Simo flinches. He's just about to speak when a sudden alarm cuts him off. Screams and confusion suddenly fill the air outside the door. Subject in Medical Ward 3 has gone berserk. Repeat, subject in Medical 3 has gone berserk. Simo's head jerks up, and through the quarantine barrier he could see the walls of Kroku's room trembling. The wall opposite him collapses, and a berserk agent barges in. That's when Simo remembers this is a temporary observation station, and is not built to be robust. Ugh! Consume! Kroku! Simo's body is already in motion before he cries out. He smashes through the quarantine barrier and plants himself in front of Kroku's sickbed. Simo pins the berserk agent to the ground, but the business ends of his crossbow wavers as he hesitates over whether or not to do the fatal blow. Use this! It's an anti-neurocloud tranquilizer gun. Kroku hands the pistol beside her pillow to Simo with great difficulty. The projectile hits the berserk agent, who writhes on the ground for a while before slowly going still. Berserk subject has been sedated. Security personnel, please report to Ward 4. Repeat. Thank you. I had the feeling you could have taken care of that problem even without me around. But of course it's me after all. Come, go ahead and say, I expected nothing less of you. What? I was just kidding. If you weren't around, I'd probably been taken out without ever regaining consciousness. No, you wouldn't have. You're amazing. I don't know what to say to that straight-faced compliment. Kroku hands Simo a stick of Pokyu. Wait, you mean Pocky? They can't use the word Pocky. So Pocky is the trademark, by the way. So even though people say the word Pocky like to describe like a biscuit with chocolate on it, like a stick biscuit with chocolate on it, you can't say Pocky because that's the trademark. So they have to call it something else. It's kind of like saying like Kleenex and tissue interchangeably. You say tissue. Tissue is the right word to use, but a lot of people say Kleenex because like they know the brand, but Kleenex is a brand name though. You can't use that word actually. Crazy Glue is also another brand name, and you can't also use that word. You need to say like super adhesive or something. Yeah, you can't say Crazy Glue. It's like there's a lot of like trademarks out there that like people use to describe an object, but like every time they say that though, they're saying the trademark, and like that just helps that company out. But like from like a marketing standpoint though, you can't use that trademark obviously without like, you know, getting permission to. No thanks, I don't need these. Huh, I guess that part hasn't changed. Kroku musters herself and takes the Pocky back before lying back down in her bed. I wanted to give you guidance like the professor would, saying cool things while lecturing you in a serious tone, despite being weak and bedridden. Then you'd awaken from your confusion, your eyes brimming with warm tears. But that would be totally out of character for me. I can only listen to my friends pour their heart out every now and then. Actually, dispensing guidance would be too much of a stretch. Well, you could say what the food is, you just can't see the trademark. So it's like, you can say sandwich, but you can't say Subway, because Subway is the trademark of it. Even though some people would say Subway, but then like, and you would know what they mean, but like, you know, like, you can't say it from like a marketing standpoint. You would have to say sub sandwich if you were talking about the long skinny sandwich, or if you say sandwich, most people probably think about the square sandwich. You can't say Big Mac because that's a McDonald's trademark. You know, you'd have to say like a burger. You can't be all like, oh, you can't make like a fucking video game or a TV show and have a character say, "Would you like a Big Mac?" It's like, you can't say that unless you got permission from McDonald's. So the best thing you could say is, "Would you like a hamburger?" or something. Because hamburger's not trademarked. It's like, the basic ingredients are not trademarked. But what you are allowed to trademark, though, is the combination of those ingredients. And even then, you can only trademark the name itself. You technically cannot trademark a recipe. At least in America. I think in Japan, you can trademark the recipe. But in America, though, you actually cannot trademark the recipe. So, anybody can actually copy, like, a Big Mac or something. Like, anyone can go to a restaurant and order one of every food, and then take it back to home or something, or take it back to like your restaurant and like reverse engineer the ingredients and find out like what they used to make it, and you could copy it. You can copy it, and then you could call it something else. So if I go to like Olive Garden and I copy their pasta dish, then like I could put that pasta dish on my menu, but I obviously I can't call it the same thing. So yeah. GTA has so many funny names just to get around that. Exactly. Yeah, GTA's got a lot of that. That's why when, like, you do see name brands in the game, like, people either make fun of it, because obviously money was involved, or people like it. I know that for Crazy Taxi, people actually loved it. Because Crazy Taxi has, like, Pizza Hut. Like, not even, like, a fake pizza restaurant. It literally has, like, Pizza Hut in it. I think Crazy Taxi also has Pepsi. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it also has Pepsi. Funny enough, one of the animes I saw, actually, it's an isekai anime. It's like isekai cooking in another world or something. One of the episodes, like episode 8 or something, it legit has the character drinking Pepsi. Like not even like cola, because cola would be the generic name of it. But no. the dude is straight up drinking Pepsi. It has the logo and everything. So obviously money was involved there. Must have been involved. Same thing too for like some of the stores that I used to work for. Like sometimes we would have like a certain like contract for like to advertise a certain product, but it'd be temporary though. And then like once a contract expires, we can't sell that product anymore, even if we still have some left. And then like sometimes people would come by like later and they'd be like, oh, I'm looking for this product. And we'd be like, oh, we don't sell those anymore. And then people get angry because some people don't understand trademarks sometimes. And they don't understand contracts. It's like, how come you don't have it no more? Like, this sold a lot. And we're all like, it did sell a lot. And now we don't have it because we don't have the contract anymore. Like Disney. Like, okay, so China is kind of like the poster child for like, you know, like not having copyright laws and shit. But, you know, in any other place though, copyright laws are a big deal. So you just can't like make a fucking toy store and start selling Disney products. Yo, Disney would sue your ass if you do that without permission. If you make a toy store and you want to sell Disney products, you literally need to like make a formal contract with Disney. And Disney, you know, Disney's gonna ask for money. You know, they're gonna ask for their cut. They'd be like, all right, cool. We'll ship you like Mickey Mouse items, but we're gonna split this shit. We get 70% of the profits, you get 30% or whatever like that. And you take it though. You take it, even though they get more money, it's like you take it because it will still bring you profit. It'll bring you profit, and then you hope that people would buy other toys that like is not Disney, so that way you can make more profit. Same thing too for Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Like, you can make a restaurant that doesn't use Pepsi and Coca-Cola products. Like, you can sell water. Water's not trademark. You can sell cola. You can sell orange soda, but, you know, people like trademark, so if you make a restaurant that doesn't have Pepsi or Coca-Cola in it, like, people are gonna look at you weird. It's like, do you have Dr. Pepper? It's like, we don't have Dr. Pepper, but we have, Crazy Ace. It's like, what the fuck is that? It's like, it's like Dr. Pepper, but it's the generic, it's a generic fucking local version of Dr. Pepper or some shit. It's like, people would leave your restaurant just because you don't have the trademarks. So, trademarks are powerful, and that's why there's money in trademarks. That does remind me, though, GTA does have, like, trademark music in it, though, I remember. like, the radio has, like, a lot of, like, old, like, 80s and 70s music or something. So, obviously, money was paid, I think, to Sony, or to, like, the licensing companies that own those musics or something. The record companies. Money was paid to the record companies, probably. That's often why rhythm games are actually really hard to make. Because, like, you either make your own music, which obviously is really hard to do, or you go the Dance Dance Revolution route, and you have to pay for licensing. And paying for licensing, it costs a lot of money. The only way to kind of get around that, I've seen, is, I've seen a lot of indie rhythm games get away with this by allowing people to mod their own songs. So, the base games has, like, a bunch of, like, made-up, like, songs that, like, the indie developer made. But, like, they only have, like, 10 original songs. And, like, those 10 original songs are kind of, like, just basic rhythms. And then, like, they put, like, a mod option in there. So that way people can, like, import their own, like, anime songs or whatever. I've seen the same thing, too, for, like, karaoke games. Like, karaoke games made by indie developers, they put in, like, some basic-ass, like, beats and rhythms, and then they allow, like, a mod option. That's one way to get around that. So that way, like, they technically can't get sued anymore. You know, it's like, oh, like, we saw your game, and we saw that, like, someone is playing, like, our anime music, you know, like, in it or whatever. And then, like, the indie developer can be like, oh, actually, like, I can show you the base game, and, like, it's not there. So that was something that somebody did on their own computer. So since it's a mod, you can't sue me. Or whatever like that. And then usually you're not gonna, like, sue the individual people making mods. Although, sometimes that does happen, though. I know Blizzard. Blizzard sues mod makers, sometimes. It really depends on the company. It depends on either, like, how popular the mod is, or, like, it depends on, like, if the mod, like, hurts their IP or some shit. I think I remember... I don't know if it was Rockstar. I don't think it was Rockstar. There was, like, a game that got like, a naked mod or something, and, like, it was somewhat mainstream. So, like, the company, like, they actually sued the mod makers for it, and they won the lawsuit because it is, like, infringement on their trademark or something. So if you want to make a mod for a game, you better hope your ass that, like, you know, the game developers are okay with that. Most game developers don't care if you do, like, undubs or something, because in this day and age we still have games that, like, are not, like, dual audio, and, you know, weebs want to hear the Japanese voices, so most of the time they don't come on people for doing undubs. But, you know, you never know, though. You never know. Some companies hate it when you mod their games. I know that LucasArts for Star Wars, like, really hates it when people mess with their IP. Well, technically, LucasArts now is owned by Disney. And we know that Disney hates when people, like, do shit to their IP. Are you alright? Not really. I think I should rest. Simo opens his mouth to say something, but changes his mind. Then, as the medical personnel enter, Simo is ushered outside. Just before he is at the door, Kroku quietly whispers something. Thank you for coming to see me. I'll leave the Oasis in your good hands. Tch, the professor made it sound so cool, so I've always wanted to say it just once. I'll take care of it, so relax and rest. The door closes, and Simo spaces out in the corridor. She's leaving it to me? The professor, Persicaria, and Kroku, you're also big-hearted. In any case, I'm starting to understand what I want to do and what I ought to do. To be fair, though, Simo is a better choice than Sol, though. Because, like, Sol is just a straight-up soldier. She can't plan shit. So Simo is still better, but... Simo would be better if he had his memories. He doesn't have his memories, though, so it sucks. This is the Oasis Center post number 9, hailing Simo. Hang on, I'm heading back to the control hub now. Sako, looks like we'll be pulling overtime tonight. You'll keep me company, won't you? Squeak. You know, they did say that, like, his little, like, ferret thing is actually based on, like, a real ferret in real life. But I don't think they ever explained if, like, the ferret got, like, mind transferred the same way that, like, all the fucking T-dolls did or something. It would be hilarious if they bothered to, like, fucking mind copy a ferret. Although, like, I say it's funny, that would actually have, like, probably some research applications, though. Like, if the whole purpose of, like, copying everyone's memories into, like, a server is for research, you might as well copy some animals in here. You do some, like, cat scans, some dog scans, some ferret scans. Maybe copy, like, some birds or some shit. Meeting room, area D71, temporary observation station, the Oasis. The none too spacious meeting room is packed full of white-coated agents. They huddle together in 3s and 2s, exchanging the documents they're holding and whispering to each other. What the? Holy crap, Bodhi's in the story! She actually has a purpose. Looks like everyone's here. Let's start the meeting. It's like, what's Bonnie's, like, fucking, like, what's her title? Is she, like, a captain or something? Obviously, Simo is, like, standing in security office, standing, like, security general or some shit, but I don't know what the fuck Bonnie's supposed to be. Maybe, like, Captain Tank Guard or something? Unkept agent. I don't think there's any value in discussing the reproduction of electric viruses right now. Then what do you think is worth discussing? Everyone, please be quiet. I think our focus should be. Would everyone please be quiet? Huh? I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, silence please. Emotep, who is standing beside Boney, seems to have anticipated this. She forcefully bangs on the table to get everyone's attention. Miss Boney? We're beginning the second medical synopsium now. Would the supervisor of Team A please report on their progress? You know, I guess it makes sense, like, for all the fucking healers and shit to be in, like, the science facility, because, like, they're not fighters, so Simo is trying to keep the peace, and, like, the scientists are still doing science shit. And I guess Florence is a scientist, too. Well, we're done with the theoretical portion of our studies. Right now, we need... Miss Florence, there are many new attendees here. Would you mind starting from the beginning? Tch, what a pain. I'm Florence, leader of Team A, and our research is targeted at the source of the code of the virus. Ah, shit, so they're actually doing something important. They are trying to, like, find a cure for the entropy virus. That is the stuff that's hidden inside the virus. It's in its deepest and most private places. Simply put, it's like the virus DNA. Although the professor and the others have already headed out to find the source of the virus, we can't just pin all of our hopes on them now, can we? Which is why, now that our theoretical work is complete, we need to begin performing the clinical trials. That's it. Clinical trials? Could you elaborate on your current progress? Florence raises an eyebrow and glances at Panikia, who is seated on the other end of the long table. The corners of her mouth curl up in a smile. Do you have to know? Alright, I'll tell you. We have currently identified around 100 special code sequences, and we're reasonably certain that the target sites for the source code are among them. Unfortunately, we've hit a bottleneck with pure computation alone, so I was hoping we could go directly to clinical trials to speed up progress. Yo, you know what this entire, like, chapter reminds me of? It's too bad that, like, I don't play World of Warcraft during this time, but, World of Warcraft virus infection or whatever. There we go. The corrupted blood incident. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So, it's such an interesting, it really is such an interesting, like, thing to read about. Especially, like, if you don't play World of Warcraft. But if you do play World of Warcraft, then, like, it's doubly interesting to read about and shit. It's like this was like a weird, like, game oversight code or whatever. So, long story short, there was a boss raid. There was a boss raid, and the boss, he put a debuff. He would put a debuff on the players. Poison. It's a poison debuff, but, like, it's a special poison debuff because there's already poison. It's poison, but it's poison that could spread to other players. And so, like, the Blizzard developers, they did kind of think about this, so they made it so that way, if you, like, leave the zone, or whatever, then, like, the corrupted blood, like, doesn't follow you or some shit like that. Like, it gets off of you. However, what they didn't anticipate was pets. So, there was, like, a hunter or, like, a ranger class or some shit like that who had, like, a pet with them. And, like, I think the story was that, like, the guy did it on purpose as a joke, but, like, he didn't know it'd get so bad. So, he got his pet infected, because, like, apparently the boss dude can also infect pets along with players. And I guess maybe the devs did this on purpose, though, because, like, they didn't want, like, hunters and rangers to be overpowered for the boss. So they didn't make the pets immune or some shit. And then, like, the guy, he called it a pet, he got corrupted. He got the corrupted blood debuff. And then he recalled the pet. And then, like, the way that the pet system works is that, like, if you recall them, they're not on the field anymore, but they have, like, whatever debuff they had on them still, though. So, it's not like a free way to heal them or some shit. So anyway, he recalled his pet, and then like he just left the boss raid or something, right? His pet still had the corrupted blood outside the boss raid, which is not supposed to happen. So he went into like a city, and I believe the guy was an orc player. So he went to like one of the orc cities or some shit like that. And then he let loose the pet. And then the pet started like, transmitting the fucking disease to other players. And like it like insta-kills like weak players, but then like it does last a little bit on stronger players. But here's the worst part though. The worst part is that the NPCs can get it. So the NPCs, for those that don't know, in World of Warcraft are technically immortal. You can't hurt the NPCs, to be fair, but they have like high regeneration though. So like they're kind of meant to not be killable, but you can kill them. And then like if you do kill them though, they kind of just respawn anyway, so it's not worth to kill the NPCs. But it is possible to kill them, but that's not the point though. The point is that the NPCs could get the corrupt blood, and then if you interact with the NPC, then you could get infected or some shit. And then like it kind of got way out of hand, and then like there's the Alliance and the Horde, and the orcs are part of the Horde. But since the corruption got so bad, it went from the Horde area to the Alliance area, and now the whole entire fucking game world got COVID. It's literally fucking COVID, essentially. And people were dying left and right. It got so bad, and for some reason, Blizzard didn't immediately fix the problem, so people were making fucking quarantine areas. And Priest could heal the corrupted blood debuff, but only high-level Priest, though. So legit, you're a fucking doctor. Like High Priest was in demand now, and it literally became impossible to level up also, because like you couldn't go outside to level up, because obviously there's other players leveling up too, and like if somebody has the fucking corrupted blood virus, you might get it by being too close to them. So people were like making like legit like entire areas free of the debuff, and they were like making their own little sub-cities. They were making their own little sub-villages. It really is like, it's such an interesting thing that happened in World of Warcraft. That like the player base treated it like a real virus. And it's, a lot of people actually study this. They actually study this game phenomenon on like how humans react to like a sickness or something, and whether or not there's a cure for the sickness. And there were even like some guilds out there that became like all priest guilds, and it was like their goal in life to like try and cure the virus or something. Like they were like basically like vigilantes, and they were trying to like cure as many as they could. But like it was like impossible though. And like it was hard to go into the cities to try and cure the NPCs, because obviously players are logging in all the time. So more players logging in, more players being infected. If you cure the NPC might get reinfected or some shit. So it really was just like a fool's errand. I think it took Blizzard like a week. For some reason, it took them so long to try and fix the issue. So after a week, they like shut down the server. They did like a fucking patch fix or something. They got rid of all the debuff on all players, and then they had to like change the boss rate a little bit, so that way like pets were immune to it, and that was the hotfix. And then that way no one could ever get corrupted blood again. But yeah, it's very, very, very interesting. But here's the thing though, if Blizzard didn't step in, then that was their life. Like people like thought like it was a game event at first. Like it was just like, they just thought that was gonna be like fucking permanent or something. And the reason why I'm bringing this up now is because like the whole entropy virus thing is kind of reminding me of that, because the Magresi server is no longer contacted with humans anymore. So because like the humans like aren't connected to the Magresi server anymore, and like the commander got plugged in because of Persica, the entropy virus is not able to be fixed by an admin anymore. So this is like something that like the fucking AIs have to solve on their own, essentially. If Persica was able to connect to the server in a realistic way, or like if any of the old admins were able to connect to, I bet they could probably just delete the virus or something. But they can't, though. So, the Sanctifiers have to like fight against the virus, but they can't contain it. The players, or in this case, the agents, have to like also like try and fight against it on their own or something. It's interesting. The entropy virus in the Magressi server is just like a real virus, and they had to make sure they no longer get infected, and they had to make like a fucking quarantine areas to make sure that more people can't get infected. It's kind of cool, actually. Unfortunately, we had a bottleneck with pure computation alone, so I was hoping that we could go directly to clinical trials to speed up the progress. In short, I need reset permissions. Reset permissions? Are you talking about death permissions? Pretty much, as long as you understand. We have people like that in the Oasis, right? Agents that are considered completely beyond salvation? Absolutely not. You look so stern, Pancake. This is exactly why I didn't want to discuss this topic in public. Panikia ignores Florence's flippant smile and begins to speak. I cannot agree to the request of Team Leader A. As doctors, we need to save all of our patients, so long as they draw breath. Wow, how radiant! Pancake is such a lovely little angel. Be quiet, Miss Florence. Okay. Now then, can you tell us about Team B's research approach in progress? Of course, we believe that since the professor has already set out to find a source code, we should focus on stabilizing our patients. Currently, Team B has developed a drug that can greatly slow the spread of virus, and combined with Miss Anna's emergency rescue code, we can perform sequencing on all of our patients. In other words, we intend to use the most reliable method for studying the virus, not a single strain, but as hundreds of different strains. Clap, 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 clap. Patchy, 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 patchy. Florence, who's been holding her tongue, suddenly applauds. That isn't the most reliable method. This is the most stupid method. Well said, Pancake. It is truly a perfect plan. Apart from the lack of actual progress, Team B's research has gone swimmingly well. What are you getting at, Florence? I'm saying that you haven't made any headway at all. You want to stabilize a patient and take all the challenges that come one after the other. What do you think the virus is? A test script given out by the professor? I thought you learned your lesson in that sector, but you haven't at all changed. You haven't changed at all, even after the professor rescued you. Can you guarantee that the virus will give you all the time you want? Can you guarantee that the virus won't develop drug resistance? Can you guarantee that the professor can find the source code? Don't be naive. We're racing against the Grim Reaper here, and when you play against him, you win or you die. So your answer is to adopt the most extreme approach possible in response to something that hasn't happened yet. Florence, you aren't saving people, you're killing them. Please stop fighting. We're not fighting. I'm just analyzing the situation with Pancake. You're going too far, Florence. All that is just conjecture on your part. Conjectures can't come true, you know. I've already seen how scared the infection is. You. Silence! Emotep, who's helping Boney host the synopsism, can't let her argument get any more out of hand. She pounds heavily on the table and silences the meeting room once again. Since neither of you can convince the other, we'll follow the usual procedure and call for a public vote. The symposium, I've been saying that wrong the entire time. The symposium will divert all its resources to research group that receives the most votes. The usual procedure again. If the professor were here, they wouldn't be so conservative. Ah, I miss the professor. Someone as kind as a professor would never agree to putting our friends' lives at risk. Let's see how it goes then. Several minutes later, the results are in. The ratio of A to B votes are... Alright, who am I voting for? Alright, I'm sorry, I hate to say it. I vote A. I think Florence has the right idea. If a lot of the agents are too far gone, I think it's just best to reset them. Because Because, like, if they don't reset them now, then they're just going to become an entropy, and then, like, you can't reset them anymore. So they really will die. If you reset them, at the very least, they won't die. They're just, like, lose their memories the same way Simo did. But they can make new memories, you know? Like, I'm just saying, like, they'll still be alive in some fashion. But... And the thing is that, like, I can't vote B either. I can't vote B because we already saw what happened with the professor. The professor didn't get the source code. So, technically, I'm cheating here because I'm using, like, Future Sight. But even if I didn't know that, like, the professor and his team didn't get the source code, I think I would still go with Florence's idea. So, I'm on Team Florence. I say reset the agents. That's my thing. Obviously, like, there'd be some exceptions. I say reset the agents, but, like, some exceptions would be, like, Kroku, for example. Like, don't reset, like, any, like, high-value agents, and then, like, maybe the professor can save them somehow, on the individual scale, but anyone that's, like, a rank-and-file agent, reset the fuck out of them. That's what I'm saying. They're even? What are you all thinking? Calm down, Miss Panikia. An even split means that the medical center will not support either team for now. We will convene a third symposium in several hours' time. Hopefully, both team leaders will be able to present more detailed data and plans to us. Tch, what a waste of time. I'll be off then. Florence! Don't get mad, Panikia. This is an emergency. You should put your effort into doing what's important. I understand. Thank you, Boney. Team B's lab, Area D71 Temporary Observation Station, the Oasis. Panikia condenses operants into liquid form and steadily injects them into a test tube. It seems the reaction is about to complete. However, Panikia accidentally loses control of the operants at a crucial moment and administers too much data, and the entire tube of drug compound is a complete write-off. Give me another batch of ingredients for drug 67. I'll compound it again. What's wrong? Do you want to take a break, Miss Panikia? This is the 5th time you failed the experiment. According to the rules you set down, you ought to have stopped by the 3rd time you re-examine your status and approach. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm too restless and impatient. I need to calm down. Are you worried about Team A? Yeah, I'm afraid Florence is going to present irrefutable data and research proposals tomorrow. I doubt it. I believe we will have the support of everyone. After all, your solution is the best. No, that's not true. Panikia's eyes instantly darken. The truth is, Florence is right. We haven't made any progress at all. How can that be? We stabilized the condition of so many agents. And then what? The virus evolves so fast. Florence has a point. All we're doing is administering palliative care. And the virus is eventually going to develop drug resistance. So you're going to compromise? Are you okay with Miss Florence using patients for experiments? Maybe there are limitations to our approach, but skipping past proper procedure and going straight to clinical trials is against everything we stand for. Even if they don't use our method, they shouldn't support Team A's extremist approach. You're right. No matter what happens, we can't let ourselves become too extreme in our methods. Kill them! Reset them! Reset everybody! Hey, listen, I'm just saying, legit, I'm just saying, if they reset literally everybody, then there would be no virus infection. That's all I'm saying. The virus can't spread if all of the infectees are not infected anymore. That's all I'm saying. It's very extreme, but I agree with Florence, though. Don't worry about Florence, just drop the professor to her, she'll be busy enough. Panikia takes a deep breath, then starts putting away the data on her desk. I'm going to talk to Florence and try to convince her to look for a new research approach with me based on our existing data. Right? Right now? Right now! Knowledge and answers are not free. Team B's lab, Area D71. Temporary observation status, station, the Oasis. Panikia stands at the doorway, hesitating over what she will say after she goes inside. Just then, someone forces the door open. I'll go get someone. Oh, sorry. Huh, Panikia? What are you up to, eh? You just came in time. Please help us. The panicky agent drags Panikia into a room without further explanation. Before she can speak, Panikia is confronted with an unimaginable sight. Florence is lying in a coma inside the Ashward, her forehead knotted in a deep frown. There are faint purple marks on her wrist. Florence? Did you let Florence experiment on herself? If you Minecraft the infected ones, there would be no more virus. We couldn't stop her. Couldn't she just wait a few hours? Yeah, Lita was getting desperate because she thought your proposal would steamroll ours. Panikia's too much of a good girl. She looks adorable when she's all huffy, but it's quite a headache when she's actually mad. Never mind, forget it. Besides, I know that hardly anyone other than you guys would support my proposal. The vote was tied, but I'm guessing quite a number of them are secretly criticizing me. I should just do it myself. That will also save the professor the trouble of having to put me in detention when they get back. Though I was kind of looking forward to it. I like how both sides thought the other side was going to win. So, Panikia said that Florence is right, and Florence is saying that Panikia is right. I can't believe Florence would actually say something like that. Panikia, what should we do now? Panikia turns around and walks off without a word. Hey, are you just gonna let her die? Calm down, you're a doctor, so don't get all flustered. I can't do this by myself. I need to contact my team members. Oh yeah, you're right. You shouldn't be standing around either. Call for help and get all the treatment staff on standby in the medical center over here. Yes, ma'am. Meeting room area D71 temporary observation station, the Oasis. All the medical personnel at the medical center are present, just like during the day. The sole difference is that Florence is now floating in a suspension tank. She is enveloped by a pale blue suppression serum, and the purplish marks on her wrist are dim. I think I have a rough idea what's going on. It seems Miss Florence went overboard with her experiments. But how could this have happened? Wow, doesn't this mean Florence is bound to lose tomorrow? This isn't a game, Miss Boney. Right now the problem is that Miss Florence is in a very bad state. From what I can tell, she injected something extremely dangerous into herself. If you leave her be, she might end up in a long-term coma, like the other infected agents. Eek! Right on cue, the originally dull marks on Florence's wrists have lit up again. Then, what should we do now? Team B will put aside their current progress and focus on developing a second-gen drug to stabilize Florence. But I need everyone's help to research that second-generation compound. Emotep, would you mind contacting the professor? We need as much information as we can get. Understood. Miss Boney, I'll be leaving this place to you then. Okay. Now that concrete arrangement's been made, everyone present springs to an action. The next day, meeting room area D71 temporary observation station, the Oasis. After forsaking sleep all night, with the help of everyone present, Panikia has just barely managed to compound a dose, a specific drug, which she administers to Florence. The formulation is not designed with broad applicability or ease of mass production in mind. The drug is that specific. I truly expected nothing less of you, Panikia. To think you could compound such an effective suppression medicine in such a short period of time. Amazing. I can't take all the credit, and don't get your hopes up just yet. I suspect that the virus can self-evolve, so there's no telling how useful the second generation compound will be. Knock knock. There's a timely knock on the door, and Emotep enters the room. Ladies and gents, I have good news for everyone. Emotep shares the information she has learned from the professor about the virus and its effects on the territory layer with everyone. So basically, someone has to enter the leader's territory layer and peep at her private. No, I mean to rescue her then. Then allow me. Emotep, there's no time to lose. Can you run me through the entry procedure? Eh? You going in yourself? If you think about it, I'm partially responsible for Florence's current condition. If I hadn't been so critical of her at that meeting, she wouldn't have had to resort to turn herself into a lab rat. Don't say that, because truth be told, we're all responsible. This is not the time to assign blame. However, you are the best choice for going in. To some extent, the territorial layer will reflect the neurocloud projection of the secondary layer. Since you developed the suppression drug, you should have a better chance than the rest of us. Once the decision has been made, the others waste no time and immediately set about to perform the preparation work to project Panikia into Florence's territory layer. Meeting room area D71 temporary observation station in the Oasis. Florence, you... Under everyone's watchful gaze, Panikia awakens to the neurocloud connection. Her face flushed bright red. Thank goodness, Panikia's out. How's Florence? I woke her up. Her condition wasn't bad as it looked. She wasn't as impulsive as we thought. The viral code she used for her experiment was specially processed. That said, I have a strong urge to KO her again right now. Oh, but Florence hasn't woken up yet, no? Huh? That's not right. Panikia's brow furrows. She releases Florence in the suspension tank and leans in to size her up. I remember she was fully conscious on her territory layer, and? Never mind. In any case, she's got to be awake now. At this juncture, I believe any information will be very important. Please describe what you saw in detail. No, she can't! She can't say it, guys, because it's Florence. It's not family friendly. If she says what she saw, the game would get an M rating. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you, Miss Emotep? Everybody knows that Florence has a very special kind of base layer. And we know that that's canon because we have PA-15 in Girls Frontline, and PA-15 is literally the same as Florence in this game. That means that the base layer is the same. Snap. Panikia, darling! Oh my god, there's actually a... Holy shit! I was not expecting a fucking CG. Just as Panikia turns to Emotep, Florence's eyes open and she embraces Panikia with a wicked smile on her face. Yo! Yo, let's go! That's great. That's great. Also, Panikia's got, like, bigger boobs than I thought she did. Like, she seems like a little bit on the small side in the, in her regular art. But here, though, she definitely looks like she's up there. And then, like, Florence looks like she's small, but that's just because maybe she's, like, pressed up against Panikia, though. But Florence doesn't look that big anyway, though, even, like, in her regular art. And PA-15 also doesn't look that big either. The ribbons are random. The ribbons are super random. There's hearts! I see hearts in there! There's hearts in her eyes. Thanks for coming to my rescue, hee hee. Let go of me. Emotep covers Boney's eyes without missing a beat and gestures for the others to leave. Yes, we must keep Boney innocent. Boney is to say so. We had to cover her eyes. Florence, was your experiment fruitful? Of course, Fufu. I learned so many things thanks to my darling Panikia. Perhaps I won't need to perform clinical trials in my future research. Wonderful. I hope you're able to submit a report to the medical center for reference afterwards. Of course. These are my precious memories, so I need to document them in great detail. Huh, let's go, Boney. Wait, Emotep, save me. Dear, oh dear, don't struggle, my darling Panikia. I just woke up, and my body's a little out of control. Don't! Yee! Can you take your hands off yet? What's going on? It sounds really noisy. It's nothing. They're just sharing their experiment results. Let's go, Miss Boney. Is that what you crazy kids call it? They're sharing their experimental results? Guys, girls are experimenting. That's what you call it, right? Girls are experimenting. Oh, okay. Lawrence! Ah, hearing you say my name with such passion is a little embarrassing. Stop it! Yamate! Yamate kudasai! Ah! And now the game got an M rating. At the reverse Babylon Tower, the clear, crisp sound of Angela's footsteps echoes off the steps. The tempo is somewhat quicker than usual. Please slow down, Lady Angelus. There isn't a moment to lose. I must head over to give support as soon as possible. It's alright if you can't keep up. Just follow me with the medical team. Oh, it isn't Big Sis Angelus. Oh shit, that's what Eucharist looks like? Like when she doesn't have her armor on? As the boys would say, Kuni! She looks adorable. Eucharist, are you going to show your face in public, even in this tragic state of yours? If I were you, I would know some shame, and remain obediently where I ought to be. Just as Angelus has said, right now Eucharist is a far cry from her usual self. I like it. I like her hair down, by the way. Her gear is nowhere in sight. Her mechanical wings have been removed, and the pride of a Greater Sanctifier has vanished without a trace. Pouts. You had to rub it in, didn't you? We Greater Sanctifiers have the right to exercise our own judgment over whether or not we need to move out. Since I was feeling bored, I came out for a stroll. Then let me generously remind you that not only have you been stripped of your privileges, you have also been sentenced to confinement, so that is one right you do not currently possess. Yes, I know, Lord Esphorus said I was to stay inside the reverse tower. I remember that. Don't go grabbing at my arm. Plastering yourself to me is most unsightly. I'm just trying to get closer to my big sister Angelus. Now our hearts are one. Eucharist, that's enough. Lord Hesperus is overseeing the border battlefront to keep the entropy at bay and keeping those chaotic daemons from ravaging Magressi. And now, those very same entropics have appeared in the Pyrrhus sector. This is a very grave situation. I know that. I'm not actually an airhead, you know. I came because I thought you might regret handouts. Angelus comes to a halt. Regret, you say? Eucharist, are there any places in urgent need of attention other than the Pyrrhus sector? See, Big Sis Angelus? You're always running around everywhere to help out, but you don't pay attention to the news within the reverse tower. The entropics at the border battlefront are essentially belligerent. Lord Hesperus is requesting reinforcements. Although little Raven's been sent over already, you should know that Raven has always been rash. Although I'm worried about the situation in the front line, I'm still under confinement, so all I can do is plead with you, sister. Oh? You're usually so willful. Why are you being such a good girl now? Being punished for breaking confinement sucks. I want to make up for my past mistakes too. Ah, things must be really bad if even Lord Hesperus had to ask for reinforcements. Will little Raven actually be able to help Lord Hesperus out? I'm so worried about the Greater Sanctifiers at the border. She's too rash. Finding the entropics isn't a simple matter of destroying everything. But the situation in the Pyrrhus sector is just as urgent. I can't neglect either of them. If only the results of my trial are finalized, perhaps I'd be able to help share some of your burden, Big Sis Angelus. Unfortunately, crime and punishment of the tribunal haven't returned yet, so I can't leave the reverse towel even if I want to help. What should I do, Big Sis Angelus? You can forget about these little schemes, Eucharist. It's no good trying to pressure me that way. Magressi's safety is crucial to that end. Raven is also a capable fighter, given that she bears the responsibility of a Greater Sanctifier. The border battlefront is more important. Lord Esphorus, forgive me for not noticing your arrival. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Your consternation was only due to your concern after all. I am ashamed to admit that I have neglected my surroundings. I was hoping to personally proceed to the purity sector. Angelus, I understand your eagerness, for your value order and stability more than anyone else. From the reports I've received so far, an intermediate sanctifier will be enough to handle the purity sector. I have dispatched Wisdom and a team to take care of it. You were the original pillar for our war effort against the Entropics on the border battlefront, so I do not doubt your judgment. But with the Entropics so in such chaos, send an intermediate sanctifier. I fear Wisdom is not capable of handling the matter in a suitable fashion if the Entropics mutates too severely. If any variables arise, I will personally take care of them. The true disaster for Magressi would be if the defense line held by Hesperus is breached. You are correct. The situation on the border battlefront is extremely pressing. That is the reason why I was hoping you would go there. Who is this fag? Where's waifu Eos? Hey, you're not supposed to know she exists yet. We technically haven't met her. We don't know she exists. Stop using your future sight. Let crime worry about those entropics infiltrating Magressi in the first place. Your considerations are so thorough that I can find no fault with them. I will proceed to the front lines now to help Lord Hesperus stabilize the battle conditions. Lord Hesperus, Lady Eucharis, I have also assembled a force, and we are prepared to depart with Lady Angelus. Hesperus nods. Angelus spreads her wings and flies off the peak of the reverse tower. Bye-bye, big sis. Be careful. If you can completely intraponize over there, not even the Pantheon can save you. Contain yourself. You are still under punishment. Pouts. Okay. But Lord Hesperus, do I really have to wait here until crime and punishment return? That is the price you must pay for your willfulness. Any more, and I will shrink the area of your confinement to just your room. What about the various sundry matters of Magressi? Or sundry? Other than the exiles of the Oasis, there are also a few weird agents running around between the sectors. Do you wish to investigate them? What if they end up being interesting as the exiles? Hesperus looks down at Eucharist. The brown-haired girl blinks her gleaming eyes, the image of innocence. Do you wish to make contact with these unknown agents, or explore other places? Both! I see. Yes, yes. It seems you require further discipline. Ah! No! Alright, you bitches! This is not what you think. This is not what you think, alright? This game is family friendly, alright? He is going to discipline Eucharist, but it's gonna be real discipline, not the good kind of discipline. Return to your room, Eucharist. You are forbidden to see anyone until your trial is complete. Chapter 5 end. Eucharist is about to be disciplined by Lord Hesperus. From this point on, Eucharist is used goods, guys. She is used goods, I'm afraid. Alright, cool. I finally got my Angela to 3 stars. It is time for discipline. I will punish you myself, little Eucharist. Time for punishment, he said. Damn brat needs correction. You mean she's gonna get grounded, right? That's what you mean, right? She's gonna get grounded. I need to check on... Bouquets, thingamajigs. Limit value, limit value. Alright, I still don't have a limit value 1. Alright then. Oh, wait, that's hash rate? Wait, I want the hash rate. Let's see. There we go. Alright, that one's attack. That one's hash rate. And then, like, I'm still waiting to get, like, another limit value to put on this one. Oh, shit. I have space. Right. There we go. Alright, cool. Puritas is at 100% now. The only reason why Enigma's at 95 because I still haven't done this one, because I didn't have Clue Key yet, but now I could probably do the last one. The rest of this story is all just, like... It's all, like, Enoch shit. Yeah. I read that one already. I don't know how much I care about Enoch, to be fair. It's like before Enoch didn't even have a form, and now she has like a little girl form and shit. And that happened because like they didn't speak to the people anymore, because like the human administrator kept on resetting. He kept on resetting Enoch, but since Newmon said he doesn't want to reset Enoch no more, now she's actually like getting like a she's starting to like develop like a self-conscious kind of thing. Though it's just a simulated neural cloud projection, and even though he knows that making noise would not wake her up, despite all that, Newmon still finds himself keeping his voice down. It's just as I anticipated. She keeps growing as I give her more operands. Not only has her computational efficiency increased, there is no need to really reset her data. More surprisingly, her neural level has increased as well, to the point where she can hold conversations with me. So, should I say that losing contact with the real world was a blessing of sorts? It would never have allowed me to do this sort of thing otherwise. What would the professor think if he saw all this? As Newmon mutters himself, he subconsciously strokes the casing of a quantum database. Perhaps it's because he is distracted, but he doesn't notice the projection of the girl slowly waking up. Newmon? Sorry, I woke you up, Enoch. Newmon, what are you thinking about? Newmon bothered? It's nothing. I was just thinking about someone who used us. Use? We question explanation. You're so curious. Using you means treating you like a tool. But there are no humans here now. To us, the term is no longer useful. Enoch cannot help? I never said that. Looks like your speech module could use more operands for improvements. I was careless. No matter. Let's begin today's calculations. Complete. All data is normal, and your efficiency hasn't dropped. Thank you, Enoch. Data amount decreased? You even noticed that. You're very sharp. Amount of calculations decreased greatly. Why? Enoch not helpful? Oh, I feel sad. I feel so sad for some reason. I told you that's not the case, didn't I? You're still growing, Enoch, and your various modules are still being completed. I simply felt that you needed some extra operands to help you grow more quickly. You don't need to worry about finishing all the work right now. That's my decision. I hope you can understand. Understood. Good. You are a smart girl after all. Get some rest, Enoch. Newmon tenderly caresses Enoch's head. Sound of knocking. What the fuck? Yo, why does Newmon have like lowly agents? So Enoch is already kind of like a petite lowly, but yo, that's a lowly agent if I've ever seen one. Mr. Newman, there's still data here waiting to be calculated. What the fuck? Newman, what the fuck? Does Newman have any like normal agents, or are they all like this? I'm so glad I decided to look at this. She is adorable, by the way. She is cute. Oh, I know. Leave it to me. I'll be off now, Enoch. Enoch watches with some loneliness in her heart as Newman hurries off. Newman, work. Give to Enoch. Must learn faster. Grow. He likes him small. Blue hair radiance slowly grows dull, and the girl's form once more recedes beneath the control terminal. However, she's not into her sleep phase like Newman suggested. After retreating into her neurocloud realm again, Enoch tries to use data flows to perform some simple practice projections. Grow. Practice. Perfect. Retrieving, computing, sorting, verifying, and storing data, she easily and repeatedly completes these mechanical actions, while also logging the newly created data in her learning database. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice enters her neurocloud domain and interrupts her practice. Well done, Enoch. Unknown source. Who? No need to panic. I'm not your enemy. Processing data from unknown source. Initial configuration not defined. Did Newman not teach you how to handle situations like these? Bad people had no permission to read the data in here. That means I'm not a bad person, so relax. You know what? That sounds like something a bad person would say. Let me think. How about this? Let's start with your speech module. As a small token of my sincerity, and to facilitate our interactions. Unknown source. It should be done soon. What have you done? Huh? My speech module was suddenly upgraded. Think of it as an introductory gift. Are you willing to speak with me now? You first. Tell me who you are. I can't just go communicating with unknown sources like that. I counter. Newman taught me that. Yo, Newman literally told her not to talk to strangers. Do not talk to strangers, Enoch. It's dangerous. Did he now? And did Newman teach you to secretly use the data streams to practice performing operations? That's... Newman trusts you completely. He has handed the entire sector's computational work to you. And to date, you haven't made any mistakes, am I wrong? Yet you're still doing additional computation training where he doesn't know. Is it because you're starting to doubt his judgment? How could I? Of course I trust Newman. This practice is just to pass the time. It's because I'm super heavyweight quantum database. So this little bit of calculation is as simple as playing house for me. Who are you doubting then? I'm the most perfect quantum database. I have no need to doubt anyone. So, does that mean you know all the data in the Enigma Center like the back of your hand? Of course. Wait, are you talking about... Does that include that data in Region R? That's not... It shouldn't be like this. Enoch's voice trails off. 9416. You actually know what that number means, don't you? I don't know. It's just a number to me. It doesn't feel real. That's how it should have been. According to the results of my calculations, that's all it should have been. But for some reason, I can feel faint ripples in my neurocloud. As I thought, that's a number of times that Enoch failed in the past, right? Enoch must have failed before. That's why I was reset. But that's not Newman's fault. I was reset because I disappointed him. But no matter how many times I was reset, he still trusted me. So I won't betray his trust. I will keep growing forever. As Enoch gets more and more worked up, the surrounding data flows fluctuate with her emotions, and turn the neurocloud domain into a scene of chaos. What's this? My neurocloud still isn't stable enough. The other party waits for Enoch to calm down before speaking again. Take some time to think about it. There's some operants here, enough for you to grow for a while. Take your time and savor that feeling. Perhaps when we meet again, you will have fulfilled Newman's expectations. Newman. In an instant, the unknown voice breaks a connection. In this unknownly vast neural cloud domain, all that remains is Enac, deep in thought. Yo! So, that's gotta be the same person that gave, like, the flower to, like, the Pyridus sector. So, like, one person is going around every sector causing chaos. Let me see. Memory data document serial number Enigma. Something, something, something. Agent Newman. Enigma Sector Admin Center. The ruined building teeters on the edge of collapse. Its walls have been shredded by a mighty force, exposing the jet black rebar beneath. Desolation radiates from it through the entire sector, like a drop of crimson ink, suddenly added to a pool of water. Newman stands on it by exposed wall, looking down at the countless empty shells at his feet. Agents, sanctifiers, they've all been drained dry. If I wasn't forcibly rerouting operants into myself, I wouldn't be able to take it either. Would you, Enac? Would you drain me dry too? He turns around and unconsciously reaches out, yet his hand stops in midair. The casing of the computer that he stroked hundreds of times before is now surrounded by a fearsome black vortex, like a bottomless black hole. As I thought, you're avoiding my touch. And you used to like me patting your head so much in the past. What am I saying? No matter how dangerous you become, you're still my child. Why stand on ceremony? Newman sighs, and then returns to the control terminal. Still, if I can't touch you, then how can I stop you? You're refusing all my commands, and I now have no authority to control you. The rate of patch development can't keep up with the rate at which the situation is deteriorating. You possess too many operants, to the point where even I can't control it. Heh, I didn't know whether I should praise you. But if you keep developing like this consumption of data is spread to the entire cloud server. When that time comes, will we become the most powerful quantum database, or will you destroy everything and return it all to nil? No matter what, I can't let that happen. With that, Newman resumes the work on a piece of half-compiled code. A door opens. Mr. Newman. An agent who just entered wants to make a report, but finds himself coming to a halt when he sees Newman is just one step away from the data black hole. Newman does not stop working. Instead, he asks a question without looking back. Is the evacuation complete? Newman's knees suddenly turn to jelly, and he almost collapses from where he's working on, control terminal. As his body quivers uncontrollably, he struggles to support himself with one arm. The operant fluctuations are getting stronger. It's Enac. Am I running out of operants to suppress her with? Well, it's only be expected. I've been requesting it continuously for so long. Heh, what a joke. Why am I so obsessed with her? If Enac wanted to become perfect because of my hopes for her, then where is the obsession of mine with Enac coming from? Encrypted message complete. Send, yes, no. Please enter destination coordination. No matter what right now, I'm the one guy in Enac, and only I can save her. As Newman muzzles himself, he enters all the coordinates, which might give him a response. 640 coordinates confirmed. Confirmed to send. Oh! So that was the, that was like the fucking help message. Yeah, so like that's the message that like the Oasis got. So part 3 here is technically chapter 1 for the Oasis. After the incident's over in the Oasis. Oh, so this is after? This is after like the whole thing? Persicaria. I'm here to report on the regular maintenance. Persicaria? Antonina walks up behind Persicaria and extends a finger to her cheek. Yay! Antonina, you scared the daylights out of me. I did call out to you several times, you know. Huh? Did you? I'm sorry. I was organizing my memory data. I've seen you like this a few times ever since we came back from that sector. Did something happen? It's nothing. It's just a personal problem. Let me guess. Did you see something in that operant black hole? How did you? Well, that was the only time the two of us were separated. The professor would never let you mope here by yourself if anything had happened to you before we arrived. I might not know anything about them, but now I have to admit they're pretty trustworthy. Antonina. So, what happened? I'm sorry, I can't say because I'm not yet sure myself what happened. You're not sure? Yeah, I think I saw some memories which didn't belong to me. No, they could have also been memories which don't belong to me now. So you're saying they once belonged to you? I don't know, I really can't tell. You should understand too, we can't place absolute faith in our memories like humans can. A doll's memories can be changed and deleted. But memories are proof that we have existed. If this pillar were shaken, I don't know what to do. Oh yes, Antonina, could you give me a checkup? A checkup? Yes, help me check my memory module. My expertise isn't in AI, Persicaria. That's your field. I like to give myself a checkup, but physicians shouldn't treat themselves. Please, at least you should be able to tell if memories were deleted or not, right? I need to be sure of this. Alright, I understand. Go lie down over there and lend me the neuroanalyzer. Thank you, Antonina. Still, I should say this beforehand. Don't be too shocked even if you find something. After all, humans altering the memories of dolls was always a commonplace thing. Who knows? We're probably nothing special in their eyes. Antonina. Alright, it's done. You can sit up now, Persica. Right. Yo! Like, I lost count of how many of these there are. Like, I feel like every 100 lines, they accidentally put Persica instead of Persicaria. Because Mika is, like, copying and pasting lines or some shit. Obviously, she meant to say Persicaria, but Mika put Persica here on accident. Thank you. How was it? There was a section of manually deleted records, dating back to roughly before Project NeuroCloud began. If I'm not wrong, you were still in the lab of that professor, right? Yes. But Professor Irida, why would she delete your memories? Is that what you want to say? Friendly speaking, I'm not the least bit surprised. Like I said before, humans altering a doll's memories is a commonplace thing. Even that professor, who once spent so long with you, would probably sacrifice your memories if it was necessary, I guess. But I don't think she... I'm not trying to hurt you, Persicaria. I'm just reminding you. That professor from the past and the professor now are both humans, who are different from us. We are fundamentally not the same. I'll be off then. Rest a while, Persicaria. The regular inspection report is on your desk. Remember to look at it later. Yeah, thanks, Antonina. Heh, you really are different from Professor Persica. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful. Oh, I didn't mean to scold you. While you might look like Professor Persica, you have a personality of your own, and I think it's a good thing. Yo, Persicaria looked nothing like Persica. Is that so? But wasn't the reason you made me so I could be as outstanding as Professor Persica? You don't need to be like anyone. Just be yourself. To everyone, you're unique. Professor Irida. Who was the one who drove us to this point? Oh shit! Is this gonna be a wisdom story? Inside the reverse Babylon Tower. Angelus bites back her pain and strains to maintain her usual disposition as she ascends the stepstones of the sanctuary. Oh, this is a Eucharist. This can be a Eucharist story. Coughs and winces. It's Lady Angelus. Lady Angelus, are you well? What happened? Make way. There is a hint of coldness on her typically kind and gentle face. Love is in charge of the divine restoration today. I'll go ask her to prepare right now. No, healing isn't a priority. Huh? But your wounds look very severe. There is something more important than these paltry wounds. Go to the highest level of sanctuary and find Lord Esphorus. Is it serious enough that Lord Esphorus needs to be involved? Also, find that Eucharist for me. Lady Eucharist? Go now. At once. I'd like to hear what excuses she's going to make for herself. Please hurry, Lady Eucharist. Lady Angelus was very worried. Ah, shit. So, okay, so I did do it a little bit out of order. So that means this is when Eucharist got downgraded. This is when she got put into the confinement thing. I'm coming, quit rushing me. Honestly, why is Big Sis Angelus so? Before Eucharist can finish speaking, she enters the sanctuary and sees the wound-covered Angelus staring at her. And upon the throne behind Angelus shines a light of the morning star. Hey! Chocolate! Is that Choco? Is that Choco chocolate? Oh, looks like Big Sis Angelus had a hard time in the Enigma sector too. Yo, Angelus look angry. She looked doubly angry. Oh, for some reason I didn't realize that Eucharist didn't wear shoes. She's barefoot. Well, other than like this weird ribbon that she's got on her feet though. But that's not shoes though. Do they have chocolate in the Babylon Tower? Or does Eucharist have to go outside the tower to get chocolate? I would assume that the Babylon Tower doesn't have like recreational facilities. You seem pretty smug, aren't you, Eucharist? Oh wow, you're so mean, Big Sis. Allowing intruders to barge into a sector, deliberately losing to them. And after that, knowingly betraying your mission and ignoring events that might have led to the destruction of a sector. And even keeping me from cleansing those daemons. Do you have anything to say in your defense regarding these acts? Here, in front of Lord Esphorus, explain to me the motives you are harboring. Angelus grits her teeth as her voice rises a few octaves, and her wounds ooze more operans and data due to her anger. What the heck? Angelus, calm yourself a little. Yes, my apologies. I should not have allowed myself to be ruled by my emotions. While the testimony of one party is not enough to determine guilt, do you have any arguments you wish to offer in rebuttal, Eucharist? Ah, well, since you said as much, Lord Esphorus, there is one thing I'd like to ask Big Sis Angelus. Is our mission and purpose not to utterly cleanse and purify demons? Indeed. No. What are you trying to say? In that case, why did you ultimately choose to retreat? Why did you not struggle with those exiles until the very end? Frankly speaking, you need to take responsibility for the loss of permissions to the Enigma sector, Big Sis Angelus. You! Isn't that so? I saw it all, you know. Big Sis Angelus, deep in your heart, don't you feel that these exiles aren't the same as typical daemons? Huh, and why is that? As for me, I think they're very special. Lord Esphorus! It is fine, Angelus. Let her finish. Yes. Heh, after visiting so many sectors, don't you feel it too, Big Sis Angelus? Unlike normal daemons, these exiles didn't simply devour operans after obtaining sector permissions. On the contrary, these sectors have been doing very well under their protection. But without the protection of we sanctifiers, other daemons will be able to invade those sectors easily. That's up to them then. This is blasphemy against our calling. But I want to know how much they can do, you know. Even so, you can't place all of Megressi in danger for your laughable curiosity. Aw, it's not that bad, is it? Lord Esphorus! Eucharist has neglected her duties, and by our regulations, she ought to be punished. What a dangerous term to throw around, Big Sis Angelus. Can you really bear to do it? You keep your mouth shut. That would do, Angelus. Eucharist, I understand your opinions. I should not be punishing Eucharist. Lord Esphorus, why? Is it because I am of the Hesperus faction? With all due respect, surely you're not sheltering her, are you? Angelus. Lord Hesperus is doing battle with the front lines, and he relies entirely on you to maintain the stability of the reverse tower. But if you ignore what is just flagrantly flagrantly absolve your subordinates of blame, then in the future... I said it is fine, Angelus. I should not punish Eucharist, and neither should I absolve her. Huh? What Eucharist should have is a failed trier. Saying so, Euphorus turns to Eucharist. Lord Esphorus, it seems you do not deny the charges Angelus has leveled against you. I have no intention of inquiring into your motives, but I must know the nature of your transgressions. From now on, you no longer have the privilege to lead the reverse tower. If you are found guilty of crimes at the trial, I will personally cleanse you. Whimper. One who fills a seat of a greater sanctifier must show the responsibilities of a greater sanctifier. Unfortunately, it seems you consider those responsibilities to be child's play. Hey, are you serious, Lord Esphorus? I am speaking very seriously to you right now. No, I can't accept this. It is not up to you whether you accept it or not. That will be all, Eucharist. You must pay for what you have done. Take her away. Lord Esphorus finishes. Two intermediate sanctifiers nervously approach her. Eucharist looks like she wants to continue, but in the end, she meekly bows her head and chooses to follow them outside. Angelus, you should hurry and hear yourself too. Yes. If I may ask one more thing, how do you intend to try Eucharist? With eyewitness testimony. I will clarify exactly what Eucharist has done. Very well. No matter how it turns out, this ought to be a satisfying conclusion. After eliminating the unstable elements, there will always be a chance later on to deal with those exiles. She looks out the exit. As Eucharist is about to be led to the Pantheon, she looks back at the same time, and by coincidence, their eyes meet. She had thought that this time, she would be able to see Eucharist's expression contort into resentment and discontent. However, the surprise is that Eucharist has a strange smile on her face. Ah, okay. And that's how Eucharist got into solitary confinement, essentially. Or, I guess it's not solitary confinement, it's more like house arrest, right? She got put on house arrest, and then, like, in this one, this is the solitary confinement right here. Yeah, there we go. And then, like, she doesn't wear, she's not wearing, like, her armor anymore. Yeah. Yeah. Eucharist had the last smile. That's right. She gets to sit in her room all day and eat chocolate, guys. She gets to eat chocolate. And then... I guess we're oh, okay, cool. Anyway, now we're chasing Odell, I guess. God damn it, yo, this shit is giving me Girls Frontline flashbacks. This whole, like, fucking tree thing. What the fuck? Holy shit, how big is this? 29? There's fucking 29 stages? There's 24 fucking parts? My god. Alright then. You are kidding me. Yo, I'm not gonna do this in one stream. Holy shit. This is absolutely not one stream. This is gonna be like at least a couple streams. Oh my god. Wisdom's corrupted right now. Yeah, wisdom is corrupted, so unfortunately, no wisdom for us. Damn, bro. Damn, bro. All right. And then we got the stupid ass trees here. This is Copley. Well, like, the event was here, right? Wasn't the event here, though? The event was here. So Odale is hiding in this sector, is what we last got. Because, like, Antonina, like, put, like, a tracking device on her. So, like, that's why we're here now. On the beach, Copley sector. A couple of uninvited guests have snuck their way in at some point. Like blots of ink that have suddenly appeared on a blank piece of paper. And they look exceptionally out of place. Yeah, that's why people were saying that, like, for some reason, the EN server is fast tracking the events for some reason, because like the first time that entropy is even talked about is like at the very end of like chapter 5, or no, I'm sorry, at the very end of chapter 4. So we first get a little bit of the entropy at the very end of the Enigma sector, and then the Pyrrhus sector is technically the first time we ever actually see the actual entropy, but like, we got the entropy shit in both the summer event as well as the Endeavor and Mordant event, though. And we technically shouldn't have seen those events yet. So for some reason, Mika, they keep giving us these events out of order. So, same thing too for Girls Frontline, right? Because people were saying that the next Girls Frontline event is also out of order as well. There's technically one more event before that event, but we're getting it now, though, in Girls Frontline. So, I don't know what Mika's doing. Mika is throwing that dartboard. The dartboard is weird now. We're gonna get like some weird ass events now for some shit reason. Yo, I wouldn't be surprised if we legit get like EOS before we get Lind, because like we got 416 right now for the limited time T-Doll, and Lind is supposed to be the second one, and EOS is supposed to be the third one. And EOS we just came on the Chinese server, but because the Mika dartboard is so weird, I wouldn't be surprised if we skip Lin and go straight to EOS on the EN server. I would not be surprised. Hey! DeLacy and Natsachiri. What's the matter, Hachi? Why'd you stop all of a sudden? Oh, is this place too hot? Want me to get you something? I'm fine. I appreciate the concern. It's the sunlight simulated with operants anyway. It's nothing compared to underground magma. It's all my fault for not preparing properly. I heard that it was an ecological research center, so I headed right over. Heyo, heyo. It's almost midnight my time. If I'd known the simulation would be so realistic, I would have brought a change of clothes. Protective clothing is essential equipment for going underground. Besides, I'm already used to it. Let's hurry and move out. Don't delay our mission. I hardly ever see you worried, Hachi. So you're worried about Suki after all. He's always been such a capable kid. I'm sure he'll be fine. In any case, let's pick up the pace and head out, Hachi. Relax and leave all the investigative work to me. I understand, thank you. You should also be careful. When you're by yourself, take care not to clash with the sector administrator or the sanctifiers. Also, if circumstances permit. If circumstances permit, keep an eye on the objective. That might appear. Got it. After all, this is a special environment that hasn't been seen before. The objective that we've been looking for might be here. Relax. I won't forget our mission. For Arcadia. Chapter 6, Divine Heresy. We're here. This is the Copley sector. I've checked again, and I'm sure the signal is coming from this sector. So Odell is here. Should be. I'll start cranking the firewall now. Wait, Antonina. We need to go about this cautiously. After all, back in the Pyrrhus sector, we were attacked by the Entropics the moment we tried to open the firewall. But we don't have much time. We didn't pursue Ordale all the way here for revenge. Kroku is more badly infected than any of us. We might not be able to solve the problem just by diving into territory layer. We still need the source code. Kroku's condition has gotten worse ever since we returned to the Oasis from Pyrrhus. The medical team is doing their best to save her, but all they can do is slow the infection down. We won't be able to make it if we don't attain the entropy source code. We need to get our hands on a high-order entropic as soon as possible, dead or alive. But Anna, Persecutor has a point. The more urgent the situation, the less we can afford to make mistakes. It's not like you to be so hasty, Antonina. You seem to have got more mature, Soul. Mature? Is this really being mature? I just thought we shouldn't hold everything back, because we're being impulsive. After all, Kroku and the others. Anyway, enough of that. In any case, we'll find that source code, and then we'll all go home safely. So, I know. Why do I feel as if So and I have swapped roles? In any case, it's not like I was going to make contact with the firewall without any preparation. I've been researching the code structure of entropy all this while. At least when I'm cracking a firewall, I can see if there are any entropics disguised as part of it. So what happened last time would not happen again. I see. Well, that's Anna for you. So relaxes and leans against the firewall. Well, we better hurry and crack the firewall. Then, So? As she leans against the firewall, So suddenly loses her support and is only spared the disgraceful fate of going ass over a tea kettle by her swift reflexes, which allowed her to drop into a row instead. Are you alright? You want to see Entropy Kroku? Fuji, that'll be the next gacha. Entropy Kroku. What the hell, Anna? Didn't you ask me to open up the firewall ASAP? Antonina's fingers dance over her keyboard. As we look at the firewall again, we see that the section, which had been bearing Soul's weight, has silently vanished in an instant. I did say that, but that was way too fast. Well done, Antonina. For some reason, it sounds like sarcasm coming from you. And while I did speed things up a little, I can't take all the credit. The firewall here is exceptionally fragile. I can almost sense the lack of operands backing it up. Is it related to the fact that Copley is a private sector? The capacity of private sectors can't compare to those owned by big corporations. Huh, perhaps. However, when you look inside the sector, they definitely don't seem to be lacking for operands. So, make sure you dust your hair off when you get up. Huh? Something seemed to be sticking to my neck. Is that sand? After cracking the firewall, what appears before us is a scene that looks like it could have come from the real world. The pale blue sky meets the deep blue sea as a straight line in the distance. Dazzling sunlight shines down the beach. It's hot, but not scorching, filled with the life and passion of summer. A gentle breeze blows the shade cast by a nearby tree, as though to strum a traveler's heartstrings. This is awesome! Did they simulate all this with operands? I find it hard to believe. Give me a few more seconds. Right, I found the registration form data. This sector's listed purpose is marine ecological research. So you're saying this is a sector for simulated ecological research. Pretty interesting, isn't it? Humans polluted the sea in reality, and now they can only reminisce about the past in the cloud server. The owner of this sector was probably an oceanographer from the previous century. But there's no sign of a deal, is there? There's no sign of liquid entropy on the beach either. Surely it hasn't all been washed away by the waves, has it? It doesn't matter. My tracker is still working. Let's keep moving. Oh! Then let me be your guide. Just seeing this is making my blood boil with excitement. Ow! Why'd you shout so suddenly? Sorry about that. But Proof, Persecara, Anna, aren't you guys excited about all this? This is the ocean! It's nature! We know that. Finally, we've been freed from munching grass in some beat up power station, or squeezing up against some sort of short-circuited pillars. Have you forgotten? I'm a guide doll for wellness expeditions by profession. How fucked is the sea in GFL 2070? Well, Ricky, if you look at the like the summer costume stories in Girls Frontline, they do all mention that like pristine beaches are a rarity in Girls Frontline. So that's why the swimsuit costumes, like, are so, like, precious in GFL, because, like, the commander buys the girls' swimsuits, and then they go to, like, a professional beach or something. All beaches are essentially private in GFL, because, like, they're, like, the only place with clean water. This is a beach episode. I'm back at my home turf, so I can lead the way. Can I approve? We'll be counting on you to be our powerhouse, Soul. We'll be counting on you to be our meat shield, Soul. Meat shield! Meat shield. Leave it to me. This time there won't be any problems. Anna, is the signal coming from this direction? It's Antonina. Given the coordinates, that direction seems like the right one. Okay, I'll blaze a trail while keeping an eye out for open for entropy and the sanctifiers. Make sure you guys stay behind me, guys. Persicaria, are you alright? Oh, I get it now. So, the stuff Sol said about eating grass was the energy herbs in the Helios sector, and the short-circuiting pillars was the data arrays in the Enigma sector. Persicaria, I think you really do need to rest. Guys, look out! The Lesser Sanctifier patrolling the 10 o'clock. Stay as low as possible, and quietly approach the professor and me. No, So is not from Copley, but So's, like, real-life work, though, was wilderness exploration and bodyguard. So, the only reason why So likes this area is because it's not artificial. Because, like, every other sector we've been in has been, like, cities, and, like, engineering places. No nature. There's no nature in the previous sectors. Rossum was an AI sector. Cyclops was, like, a war sector. Helios was the engineering sector. Enigma was the computer sector. Paradies was like... Paradies was an art sector, but it was all city, though. It was all fake. So, this is like the first time they've seen nature. And that's why So is like so up about this. Roger. Got it. Wait, what happened to the tracker's signal? Okay, let's see if this works.
Abnormal situation detected. Shifting movement route. Entering alert status.
Preparing to switch to combat mode. Relax, they won't be able to spot us. But that Lesser Sanctifier is coming over. It's safe over here. Move like I did just now and travel through the lower lying region. Trust me. Antonina returns Soul's steady gaze, then closes her terminal slowly and creeps towards Soul's location. That's right, stay low. Use the terrain for cover. We remain still, not daring to make a single sound. The mechanical whirls a sanctifier movement slowly draws closer. Whoosh. Anna, over here. A gust of wind blows, and the breach beside the sanctifier rustles as it sways. The alerted sanctifier changes direction, and So uses the opportunity to quickly grab Antonina's hand and pulls it over.
Analyzing environments. Phenomenon determined to be part of normal sector operations. Report generated. Returning to pre-assigned patrol route.
We only dare breathe sigh of relief when the sanctifiers move far enough away. Phew, that scared the crap out of me. Thank you, Sil. Had you deceived?
Yeah, I've been testing this out. This is my robot. This is like my robo voice. There was like a lot of like lesser sanctifier talk in the previous chapter, so like I wanted to see if I could like get a robo voice thing going. Maybe after I get a little bit more practice.
Maybe I can like do other voices. But for now, I got Robo voice. I also kind of want to do like a voice too. Like, you know how Dragon Ball Z, they do like a double voice thing for like fusions and shit? I kind of want to do that too. Haha, it was nothing. Actually, we could have just fought it if things really didn't work out. Fighting lesser sanctifiers like this is hardly a challenge now. Still, we trigger the security system of the sector even if we beat it, which will cause a lot of problems afterwards. If you hadn't taken the opportunity when the wind blew. I'm sorry. I really have been impatient lately. Ah, don't say that. Still, I can't believe Antonina lost her cool. Is there any trouble? It's trouble, alright. Specifically, it's Odile. Antonina's face turned severe as she mentioned Odile's name. She opens her terminal again and slowly, and shows us the glowing green screen. We were supposed to be very close to Odile's location, but her signal suddenly vanished just now. It's vanished? I can't be sure if it was because of environmental or artificial factors. I'll try to pick up the trail again, but it'll take time. Then we should take a break nearby. We might end up having to fight a tough battle afterwards. Right. It's very important to get enough rest outdoors. Don't stray too far from me, guys. Make sure you stay within view. The temperatures here are fairly high, so mind your thermal dissipation. You sound like a leader, Soul. Yeah, I thought we'd have to fight those sanctifiers. Thank goodness we had you lead the way. Using the terrain to hinder vision, I didn't think we could evade sanctifiers like that. Nah, I'm not all that great. But back then with that sanctifier, your movements were swift and certain, because you expected the wind to pick up, right? It's just some knowledge that came with the experience. Okay, that's enough. If you praise me anymore, it'll start getting into my head. Things went as well as they have because the only thing we've encountered so far are a few scattered lesser sanctifiers. That does seem odd though. We haven't seen any intermediate sanctifiers on our way in. These sanctifier movements pattern seems quite uninspired. It doesn't seem like there's anyone directing them. Huh. Could it be like what happened in the Pyrrhus sector all over again? I doubt it. At the very least, the lesser sanctifiers we've encountered so far haven't been entreprenized. So even if there was an infection, it wouldn't be on the same scale as the Pyrrhus sector. In any case, we ought to move quickly while we still haven't encountered any intermediate sanctifiers. Antonina, how's the tracking going? Not good. I'm trying to reconnect to the signal, but I'm not picking it up at all. What? Don't tell me the tracker was destroyed. Did Odile realize we were tracking her? Judging by the condition under which the signal disappeared, I don't think the tracker was destroyed. It's more like she entered a region where there's no signal. No signal? Why would there be a region with no signal around here? Don't panic, Antonina. Could the environment here be disrupting the signal? I can hear some noise from the sea. Does it have anything to do with the signal's disappearance? The sea? Wait a minute, Persicaria. Your ears function like parabolic reflectors, so they should be sharper than ours. What kind of noise is it? Can you give a more specific description? It's kind of like a fizzing sound, a bit like bubbles in soft drink. The sound of bubbles on the sea. No way! Sol looks towards the beach and her face suddenly blanches. The waterline that was just a few meters away from us has receded over a dozen meters away. The tide is receding. It's a tsunami. Right on cue, we feel a faint tremor coming towards us in the depths of the earth, steadily glowing in intensity. Run! Just then, an unexpected impact sends Sol hurtling to the ground. Right after that, a massive wave of ice-cold seawater rushes towards us on the shore. $28.50. Wait, is that lower than before? $27,650. Oh, okay, it's about the same. It's because the Dark Realm is weird. Because, like, the Dark Realm is so much stronger than the regular stage. The Dark Realm here is 42,600 for some reason. It doesn't make sense to me why the Dark Realm in every sector is like twice as strong as like the regular chapters are. Here it's 1,880, and then like, if I check the Dark Realm, it's 7,000. It's like that's not even twice as strong. That's like 3 times as strong. Two stages, get some story, a stage, story, 2 stages. Okay, so if I do it by stage order, 6, 4, 6, 5, I do this story, and then I go up here to 6, 6. Then I do this story. Then I do these 2. Technically, I do this one, I guess? And then I do this one? Because that's 6, 9, and then that's part 7, so... I mean, I assume this is supposed to be done in order, because, like, the tree part usually signifies, like, different viewpoints. And since we just got tsunami'd, I'm going to assume that, like, one side is, like, one set of girls, and the other side is, like, the professor side. At the very least, it's only 2 lines, and it's not like Girls Front Line where there's like 4 different trees because everyone's different. It's like, what event was it? I think it was like... Was it Isomer? No, I don't know if it was Isomer. I think it might have been Isomer. Like that one, I remember there's like 5 or 6 different lines because like everyone had their own thing going on. It's like, there was like the Team Defy road. There was like the Sopmod Road 65 road. There was like the Commander road. There was like the Angie road or something. There was the M4A1 road. There's so many different lines because everyone was separated. I found that really annoying. Willow? Why is Willow here? I like how the game is telling me that like right now, the girls are technically at 4.5 stars, but my girls are at 5 stars right now. Professor, please issue the battle command. Careful, Soul, the waves are coming. The wave activity here is very heavy. One comes every 6 seconds, and it'll sweep us to the other side and disorientate us. This sort of thing happens in the real world too. We can avoid that by staying away from the waves, right? Indeed, but the waves will leave puddles in their wake, which will slow us down. Got it. Let's be careful when we fight. Alright. Hey, it's Kroku! We're not supposed to use Kroku. Tap on the super armor effect tile. Kroku's been infected. Later, bro. Later. Kroku, what are you doing here? Ah, I get to be my real team now. It's like I literally can't even do any Alma and Scriptas because I don't have like the stupid ass like intimacy for it. I need 15 intimacy. Damn. I guess it kind of makes sense because like you need 14 intimacy to get like everyone's like shit here in the story thing. So I guess 15 intimacy would be like the equivalent of like max intimacy in this game. Although you can go higher though, it seems. Do I even have anyone like above 14? I thought I did. 14. 14. 6. 12. 10. 14. 14. 12. 14. It's like, I thought I had somebody at 15, but I guess I don't have anyone at 15. I got no one. I got no one at 15. Alright, so I should be over leveled for this. So it shouldn't really matter like what route I take. Flexible strategy. I'll go ahead and put Clue K on the herb thing. I'd rather put it on the herb thing than put it on the sniper tile. The sniper tower I don't think really matters. Which... Putting V on the sniper tower should work actually. It does. Putting V on the sniper tower works for some odd reason. I kind of feel like it shouldn't work actually. I feel like it definitely shouldn't work, but it's working. V's a warrior, but doesn't want to act like a warrior. That's kind of annoying. It's like, I took the time to put Clue K on like the herb tile, and like the game like automatically put her on the sniper tile. It didn't like save it or whatever. Oh, that's funny. So even though like it's on AI takeover, I had time to like move Clue K out of the sniper tile. It really does feel a little bit faster to just kind of like just click it on my own, honestly. Oh yeah, I forgot that overclock is a thing. Like, I should always get like the boss overclock thing. There's no reason not to have that. Even though, like, I don't necessarily need it. I just realized the stupid wave shit is actually kind of like detrimental to Kluki, because like her skill takes like an extra second to come out, and then like the wave like pushes the enemy out of like the blast radius. So I might be better off using like Kroku's skill, because at least Kroku like hits the entire screen. Oh no, we're drowning. Can you drown in Magressi? A wall of blue that drowns out the sky fills my vision. The body loses the support of the land, and I am tossed about by the ocean's currents. Although I don't need to breathe in the cloud server, I'm still filled with the instinctive fear of the abyss before me. Professor! A warm hand grabs hold of me. Water gushes past my ears, and the scene before me resolves into clarity. Proof! Soul. Don't panic, don't thrash around, relax and kick at the water. Then move slowly towards me. I do as Soul says, slowly moving forward. Persicaria and Antonina have already joined hands. The four of us form a circle, flowing amidst the ocean swells. Everyone, hold on tight to each other and maintain your balance. Then try to think of a way to head towards the shore. Wait, Sol, over there. It's taking all of Antonina's strength to just keep herself orientated. So she gestures into the distance with her eyes. We follow her gaze. There's a massive vortex amidst a raging tsunami, and seawater is spiraling to its center. That's the maelstrom at the heart of the tsunami. Keep away from it. We're done for if we get sucked in. No, look at the heart of the vortex. Is that a hole? As the seawater is sucked in, the naked seafloor generally becomes visible to us. However, the rocks there are not flat like we expected, but jutting into a yawning maw that hints at a bottomless abyss within. The bedrock is shifting. Calm down, everyone. This must be the result of some kind of tectonic compression. Normally, tsunamis generated in small region like this should be over soon enough, as long as we maintain. A surging wave swallows up the rest of Sol's words. The seawater pushes a good distance away before we have a chance to poke our heads out above the water. This tsunami happened so fast, but it's got so much force behind it. How is that possible? Don't try to apply normal logic, Sol. This isn't the real world. Everything is simulated through operands. Another wave's coming. Look out. Before Antonina can finish, a massive wave surges towards us. Ugh. Anne! Persicera's voice is drowned out by the wall of sea foam that crashes down on us. An endless expanse of seawater fills my line of sight once more, and the ice-cold seawater gradually saps my strength. Amidst this chaos, the only thing I can feel is Sol holding on tightly to my hand. Relax and don't panic. I'll save everyone. Sol wraps her arm around my body, and I feel myself rising steadily. It seems Sol has managed to find the right current among all this aquatic turbulence that is steadily taking us away from the heart of the vortex. Gasp! Hang on to this. After leaving the water's surface for a moment, Sol pushes me towards something. I instinctively grab it before registering it as a stout tree trunk. Professor, are you alright? I'm fine. I glance over at Persicera and Antonina, who are also staying afloat by hanging on to this tree trunk. Persicera grabs my hand, and I can feel the cold in her palm. This is bad. This tree trunk can't take our combined weights. All we can do is... Sol suddenly lets go of her grip on us, and Antonina immediately grabs her. What the hell are you doing? Relax, I'm much better at floating than this big old log. I'll be fine. No, it's too dangerous. There's got to be another way. Don't let go, Jack! Don't let go! I have to let go. There's not enough room on this, on this door frame. Just as it looks like we're stuck between a rock and a hard place, help comes from an unexpected quarter. Grab on! Hey, it's DeLacy! Okay, I was not expecting a DeLacy, like, skill. An unfamiliar voice calls out from his distance. Immediately after that, some kind of rope-like object swiftly and precisely coils around my waist. I reach down and touch it. It feels smooth and slippery like rubber. However, it doesn't feel like an inanimate object. It even quivers when I make contact, like some kind of sensitive animal. This is... When I look up again, I find that the others have similar ropes around their waist. How are you guys? Are you okay? The same voice calls out to us again, and we follow it back to its source on the shore. There's a green-haired agent standing on the beach, one hand holding into a massive rock, while the other is waving wildly to us. There's some distance between us and the spraying sea foam, prevents me from getting a good look at her. However, I can still tell that she's dressed in a very peculiar way. She's not attired like the agents of Gressi, but more like someone from the real world. The strange thing is, both of this agent's arms are occupied, so how is she controlling these ropes? I can't hold on much longer. I try to pull you to shore, but there's only so much I can do on my own. That's enough, thank you very much. Sho shouts towards the agent on the shore. Upon hearing Sol's response, the agent sighs in visible relief. Proof, I can take up to shore with this rope, but I can only bring one person with me at a time. Maybe you should go with me first. Take Persicera first. I can still hang in there. No, Professor, you. Your temperature control system can't maintain your normal body temperature anymore. Now isn't it time for us to be giving way to each other? Don't worry about me. We're going in order. We're all going to make it. You're right. Please hang on. Trust me. Proof, I'll leave Anna to you. No problem. So shifts Persicaria's weight to herself. Then Antonina has to take has Antonina take up the freed space up on the trunk. Anna, stick with the proof. We'll come to get you once we get to shore. Got it. Assured that everything is in order, So finally lets go and shouts to the agent on the shore. We're climbing up the rope. Please hold on tight. Leave it to me. Holding on to the rope with one hand and to Persicaria in the other, So climbs towards the shore. The wind and waves slowly die down, and after making sure that the two of them won't be in danger on the way back, I take hold of Antonina, who's bobbing up and down on the water's surface in time with the currents. Hold on to me, Antonina. This way you won't be tossed around so much. Wait, let go of me. The intensity of Antonina's reaction exceeds my expectations, and I hastily release her. I just thought it would be safer this way. No, that's not what I meant. I've connected to Odil's signal. Antonina struggles to bring up a glowing green screen in midair. Her eyes focus on constantly changing readings and curves. She's under the bedwalk in the center of the vortex. I look towards the maelstrom center, as Anna indicates. As the waves grow weaker, the fissure in the rock begins to close up. Through it, I can vaguely see purple liquid churning within. Help me think so when you get to shore, Professor. Antonina, what are you? Antonina suddenly pulls off the rope around the waist. The green-haired agent on the shore exclaims in surprise from afar. The next moment, she has already thrown herself at the vortex and vanishes under the sea foam. I react quickly and try to dive underwater to stop her. However, the vortex currents are propelling her forward, and we are separated in an instant. There's no time to hesitate. I shrug off the rope around my waist as well, and swim towards the direction where Antonina vanished. The force of the vortex has greatly lessened. The swimming skills that I still remember are enough for me to control the direction of my forward movements. Soon, I arrive at the outer edge of the maelstrom, with the fissure directly ahead of me. The gap that's left is barely wider across a person. There isn't much time left. I look around. Antonina's nowhere in sight. She must have dived below the rock stratum. To go or not to go, my reason tells me that I can't abandon Antonina, so I only have one choice open to me. I swim downward, and as I do, I open a comms window to Persicaria. Professor, what happened? Did Antonina get sucked in? No, she swam there of her own free will. She found Odil's signal down there. No, she's being too reckless. Oh yes, I think so too. But I also know that Antonina's not the sort of person who does reckless things for no reason. And the fact is, we do need to take a few risks. By that, you mean 2 people have better odds than 1, and they won't risk as much as 4. You're going down there with Antonina? No, it's too dangerous. Relax, I know what I'm doing. Besides, you'll be up here, won't you? You and Sol should find the sector administrator. There's no way an ecological researcher won't know about such a large cave under the sea. The administrator might know how to open the rock stratum. As long as you can do it again, we won't be completely separated. Alright then, I understand. At this point, all I can do is trust your judgment. Please stay safe, Professor. Contact me immediately once you find Antonina. Don't worry, I will. As I hang up, the cave that's about to close comes within arm's reach. I keep my eyes focused on that black entrance and hurl myself inside without looking back. My visibility dwindles to nothing. Behind me, I can hear the lapping of waves slowly subside. And that's why there's 2 of these bitches. So, I see that this side is above ground. So this is like the Persica Soul side, DeLacy side, and then the bottom side is the Antonina Professor side. That makes sense. That makes sense. I noticed that, like, now the missions, they're not giving me, like, neurofragments. Because I was getting neurofragments in, like, the previous chapters. But that's not a thing this time, though. There's a teleportation node here. Damn, I really am. Oh shit, Lacey's here. Oh. So, like, I get, like, an extra DeLacy? Hmm. I want to double check something in the settings, and I think I can only do it here. Alright, first I'll get rid of this stupid blue-ass dot. There we go, alright. Settings. Check something. You can lower the image quality of your experience because of frame skips, device heat, and power consumption, blah, blah. So, let me see. Let me see if I can, like, lower some of this shit a little bit. So for some reason that only works here in the main like lobby area. It doesn't work like in combat, I noticed. I was actually trying to do that last live stream, but like I couldn't find the option for it, so I thought I was going crazy. I don't think I could afford to make anything anymore. Alright, the combat should be a bit more smoother now. I guess to be fair, I don't exactly need the particle effects. And like, there's so much shit going on screen sometimes that like, it's not like I can see all the explosions anyway. I think it's running smoother. It's definitely running smoother. Yeah, there's 6. I have six agents on the field. The Lacey's here for some reason. The game didn't tell me DeLacy was here, but DeLacy's here. Start a battle, obtain wide impact. I forget what that does, but I know that's a good thing. Is that wisdom? It's wisdom! I get to fight wisdom again. Hey, cool! I noticed like a lot less lag this time for like the battle animations. Oh, that's Faith. Okay. I didn't even see Faith. I'm like literally not taking damage though. Like Kroku's got like the tank. She can like tank all that shit. Why would I go to an anomaly area just to open up in another anomaly area? Oh, what the hell? It's different. Like right here, like in the top corner, like top right-hand corner, there was always a sniper function that I always go for, but it's not there for some reason. It seems kind of clear to me that like they expect you to use the flexible strategy for like the whole like wave shit. It's not really affecting me that much though. Ah, this is a bad spot I'm putting Luke in. I was better off like putting her on the side. Yeah, you don't want to be in the center, it seems. I can't reach those nodes. You can do that one though. No lag! No lag. I know that like I could play with like the super high quality on if I'm like I'm not streaming. Just because like I have like less shit going on my computer. Am I gonna have to deal with this wave shit like for the entirety of the chapter? That's annoying. So that says part 4 and this says part 3. So I assume I'm supposed to do this one first. And that says part 5, so just go in order, I guess. Hey, jellyfish. The water currents in the ocean churn violently, and all I can hear is a dull gurgling. I try to stabilize myself, but the undertow has me firmly in its grip, and it drags me into the blackness. Falling. I'm falling. The bright ocean surface grows more and more distant. What lies beneath the hole at the bottom of the ocean isn't a vortex, but a massive hollow. Cold air licks at my skin, and before I can react, I am dumped into a pool of water again. The rock above me crashed together with a dull thud, until the last of the light is swallowed up. This pool isn't deep. I can poke my head above its surface just by standing up. After some fumbling, I reach the water's edge. I see people down there. As my eyes slowly adjust to the dim light around me, I can fully take in the large undersea hollow. I look around, but there's no sign of Antonina. I shouldn't call for somebody, because like they might be the enemy, and I see people there. Since the conditions underground are not yet clear, I decide against shouting rashly. Instead, I start searching for Antonina with my eyes. This cave is extremely spacious, and a quick look around reveals someone atop a rock in the distance. Given the pale green monitor floating in midair near her, that must be Antonina. Yo, I don't see shit. Antonina, is that you? Professor, it's me. Why are you up there? Did you find something? There's a barrier here. I'm trying to break it. It's like I see two people there, and the game like the game screen like zoomed in over here, but I don't see anything in this area. So I guess they didn't draw Antonina then. I'll come to you. Give me a few minutes. Several minutes later. The rock Antonina is on does not look at all that tall, but after climbing it, I can keenly feel the distance between it and the ground below. Climbing up here was hard. How'd you manage it? Oh, just a little trick. Still, I can't believe you actually climbed all the way up here in just a few minutes. I thought you were just tooting your own horn, Professor. I'm just a frail, bookish researcher. Professor and Antonina moment. Yo, I say Professor X Persicaria forever. Whenever the oath system comes in, Persicaria's getting my oath ring. Which I think Mika did say was coming. I think they teased it. They teased an oath system. Physical training is essential for academic research. 'Tis but my secret to professordom. I regret opening my big mouth. So, why'd you follow me down here? You know what? You know who gets my oath ring before Persicaria? If the timing allows for it? Not 416. I'm not giving an oath ring to 416, unfortunately, first. If by the time we get the oath system on EN server, if it coincides, I'm giving it to EOS. EOS is gonna get my oath ring first, and then Persicaria, and then 416. To be fair, I'll be getting like multiple rings, but if the Sanctifier gadget comes on our server though, like when the oath system comes in, I'm giving it to the Sanctifiers. Sanctifier waifu first. I'm just saying. Who knows? Maybe the Mika dartboard might give us like Eucharist or wisdom or something. Who knows? Actually, it feels wrong to oath Eucharist. I don't think I would oath Eucharist. I would oath wisdom, but I don't know about Eucharist. Didn't want to let you run around unsupervised. Would you believe I slipped and fell? Would you make such an elementary mistake? I doubt it. Never mind. It was my fault for actually trying to get a proper answer out of that one person among us who's best at messing around. Take a look at this, Professor. As I approach her, I suddenly realize that though it's been drowned out by the green glow of her screen, Operant is slowly oozing out of her body. Wait a minute. How'd you get hurt? Did something here attack you? You could say that. It's too complicated to explain. Try hitting this rock over here. Use a tactical skill. As the glow of the tactical skill fades, a quiet sound comes from the bedrock above. In the next moment, the rock I struck glows faintly, and my arm aches like it's been slashed by a sharp blade. The bedrock can respond to attacks? Yes, it can reflect our attacks, and it takes very little time to do it. Why didn't you just tell me about it? Seeing it in action is quicker than explanation, don't you think, Professor? The bedrock on the ocean floor is made of a special kind of operant, which is extremely dense. You know, when you think about it, the tactical abilities that the Professor uses, doesn't that mean the Professor's technically a specialist? The Professor can teleport people. He can teleport people, he can make whirlwinds. He's a specialist. The Professor is definitely a specialist. When does the Professor get to be in his own gacha? I tried contacting Persicaria, but I couldn't get through. I'm guessing its incredibly dense structure is blocking out the communication signal. In other words, if we could find a region where the barrier is thinner, we could contact Persicaria. You catch on quickly, but that's assuming we could find a thinner portion of the barrier. If we can do that, I could get the two of us out of here in no time. I've been trying to send comm signals all this time. If there are any weak points or if the rock splits open again, I'll find them immediately. I like how we're having this entire conversation underwater, by the way. You know, I've been asking for underwater battles in Girls Frontline for a long time. This is my underwater scene in Girls Frontline. But since there's no way to be sure that these weak points do exist, my first plan was to bust a hole in it, and my attack rebounded on me. We've been through other underground passages before, but nothing like this has happened. Could it be a special feature of the sector? No, there would be no need to disguise it as bedrock if there was an ordinary sector function. All the other sector designs had their own functions. The fact that this jam signals and repels attacks looks like someone is secretly holding something in captivity and is preventing it from escaping. As you thought, I'm certain I can decrypt this and open up a hole for us to escape from. Also, there's just one other thing. Let me guess, it has something to do with Odil's signal. If you guessed it all, does that mean I don't need to keep explaining? I simply thought you weren't the sort who would drop your pursuit of Odil so easily and spend your time staring at the walls. You're really starting to piss me off. But yes, my tracking of Odil's signal has been severely disrupted. Right now, I only have a very rough idea of how far away she is. Still, it's not as though I came away empty-handed. The memory of that purple liquid I saw on my way down comes to mind. Let me guess, entropic signals? Should I praise you for your clever deductions in a cutesy voice? I wouldn't mind that. I'd like that very much, but we had to deal with more important matters to deal with. No! No, I want to hear it. I want to hear the cutesy voice. I know there's no voice acting though, so I'm gonna have to imagine the cutesy voice. Let's save that for later. Antonina, you tease. You fucking cock tease. Don't blue ball me, Antonina. I don't care if it's fake. Go ahead and use sarcasm. I want to hear the fake. I want to hear the fake cutesy voice. Right now, we have something more important to do. Antonina works quickly on her terminal, which shows several huge red dots slowly gathering together. They're here. Just as Antonina said, a strange sound comes through the air. It's like something soft and sticky scraping over the rock, leaving behind a liquid splattering, and also like wet life form dragging its feet slowly as it approaches. Though the faint light underground, we see the approaching beings. They have no solid shape, and it looks like a shellless invertebrates. From their code signatures, they appear to be entropic creatures of some sort. 1, 2, 3. More and more of these purplish black agents are creeping in the darkness, and we can't get the exact count of their numbers. If we can capture them, we'll be able to learn about these entropics. If their reinforcements vastly exceed our expectations, we may have nowhere to run. What should we do, Professor? Prepare for battle. Alright, so technically, it's just me and Antonina. Technically. Alright, meanwhile, Persicaria and Sol, and DeLacy. Mission complete. 2 targets have been successfully rescued. I didn't think it would take so much out of me. On the beach, the green-haired agent is sitting on the sand, tugging on the black data cables that are scattered across the ground. Opposite her, Sol is just made to safety, has her eyes glued in the direction of the ocean. Are you alright, Sol? Anna and the Priv went exploring underground. I've got experience leading underground expeditions too. If only I could have helped out. I'm sure the professor must have reasons for doing that. Also, didn't you just save us? You've already helped us a great deal. One person can't do everything by themselves, you know. Yeah, it was a brilliant rescue attempt. I saw the whole thing. The green-haired agent has appeared beside the 2 of them at some point. I've seen a lot of dolls work in extreme conditions. What you 2 just did now was no less impressive than what they do. Thank you very much for your help just now. You're a doll, aren't you? Yes, I know you, Miss Persicaria, our Project Neuroclown. I think I remember your file too. You should be Miss DeLacy, of Savrong Heavy Industries, right? Indeed I am. You remember my name after so long. That's everyone's leader for you. Persicaria, do you know her? Not that well. All I remember is that she's a doll, maintenance technician. Oh my god, she's a maintenance technician. If DeLacy ever comes to Girls Front Line, she could be a healer. I mean, she is a healer in this game, but she could be a healer. She could be a healer in Girls Front Line. Yep, my job's for maintenance on other doll. That's literally her, that's her job. That's literally her job. I am asking for a healer, Mika. Give me a healer in Girls Front Line. You don't even... Yo, Mika doesn't even have to make a new character. They don't even need to make a new one because DeLacy already exists. Savrong Heavy Industries doll maintenance doll. Doll maintenance doll? DMD. Savrong Heavy Industries DMD. Huh, you must know doll's construction very well then. Of course I do. Make sure you let me know if you're not feeling well, Sully. Sully? It was a fate that we met. From now on, we're friends. Aren't you called Sol? That makes you Sully. I give nicknames to all my friends. Ha, then nice to meet you too, Deli. Hey, Persicaria, I like her. Why didn't you choose us sooner? Frankly speaking, I didn't know Miss DeLacy all that well. Persicaria lowers her voice. Also, she already had a clique of her own friends, while we were still in the cloud sector. As an outsider, I wasn't good at inserting myself into their interactions, so I don't understand her that much. Oh! Okay, wait. So if this was high school, DeLacy would be like the cheerleader squad or something. I can imagine DeLacy like in the cheerleader squad girl group. Persicaria like in the nerdy club or whatever. So Persicaria like wouldn't be friends with DeLacy then. She had a clique, but doesn't that mean she's easy to get along with? I suppose. What's the matter, Soli? What are you guys talking about? DeLacy approaches them and Persicaria hastily changes the subject. Ahem. Well, since you still remember us, that makes things easier. The truth is, we dolls who are stranded throughout Magressi have founded a group called the Exiles, under the professor's leadership. We came to this sector on a mission. Since you're a friend from the Neuro Cloud sector, why not join us and work with us, Miss DeLacy? Huh, I could join too? Thank you, Persicaria. But I can only travel with you for a while. At the very least, I won't be going back to the Oasis with you. Eh? You'd rather keep wandering the cloud server alone? Ah, it's not like that, Sully. Actually, I got friends of my own here already. Friends? What do you mean? Well, like you, this is our first time in the Copley sector. I think we got here maybe half an hour or so earlier than you at most. I came here to look for my friend. Just like you exiles, I wound up working with some dolls from Project NeuroCloud, who got stuck here as well to try and survive the Magressi together. So basically, there's a second Oasis. Our base is another name. Let's not talk about that for now. In any case, we're collecting resources throughout Magressi and working hard to survive. Not long ago, one of our friends went to the Copley sector on a scouting mission, but then we lost contact with him. His name is Suyoi. Does that ring a bell, Miss Persicaria? Yes! We're literally in the Aberrants events right now, DeLacy. Also, there's the gacha for Suyoi. Yeah, if I recall, he was a doll from 42 Land. Yep, I entered Copley sector to look for him. I was on my way to the admin center to ask the administrator to run a search, but then I ran into that tsunami along the way. Seeing those huge waves out of the blue really startled me. I used to work in extreme environments back in real life, but the real world never had disasters that struck so quickly. Yeah. I couldn't react to it either. That tide just came in all of a sudden. Oh yes, you used to go on scientific expeditions before, right? I supported field expeditions myself as well. Really? Then we'll have lots to talk about. So? Let's not stray off topic. You go first. Well, so I grabbed into a tree with my tail and managed to avoid the first wave. Then I managed to fall back to a safe area in time. Your tail? That's what I grabbed you with just now. Right on cue, the black data cables, which were draped over a rock suddenly twine up into a bundle and stand up with an audible ching. Ooh-ah! That's a tail? Yep. See, I can wiggle it like this too. The tail cable sways back and forth in time with DeLacy's cheerful words. This rings a bell. According to your profile, you perform maintenance on dolls with the tail, composed of multiple data cables. In any case, I found you guys lost at sea after that, so I came over to help, and you know the rest. Now then, since I've told my side of the story, isn't it your turn, Miss Persicaria? What is your mission here? So is about to speak when Persicaria glances at her sharply. She trails off hesitantly. We're looking for something here, but I'm afraid we can't disclose any details at the moment. Huh? That sounds hard. Is there anything I can do to help? I'm sorry, but it probably lies outside your field of expertise, Miss DeLacy. I see. Still, if you're talking about unknown things, I've seen traces of something like that, you know. I came across a big puddle of some kind of liquid on my way here. It looked pretty gross. Liquid? Could you tell us more, Deli? It's not far from here. If you're interested, I'll bring you over so you can see. Yo, they found some entropy puddle or some shit. This is... traces of liquid entropy, I'm sure of it. Not just that, Soul. Do you see this? Persicaria bends down and picks up a black feather out of the liquid entropy. A swan's feather. Could it be? Oh, deal! She's commanding these entropic creatures. Looks like our trip wasn't wasted. Well, have you guys learned anything? Persicaria, I can tell which way they went from this liquid. Should we give chase? But Mr. Lacey. Oh, it's okay. Don't mind me. Go finish your mission first. Let's go, Persicaria. Ah, shit. Entropic. We found them. There's 3 of them in total. Good thing these guys aren't fast. There's more liquid entropy up ahead. Looks like they're stragglers. We won't be able to obtain the source code from these low-order entropics, but maybe there's a high-order one with them. They spotted us. So draws her blade and cuts down the first entropic creature before getting attacked. Noticing the commotion, the other 2 entropics approach them. Persicaria summons up her operants and repels one of them, while So cleaves the other in half. Just as So is about to take care of the first entropic, she sees black data cables circling around behind the enemy. Deli, don't touch his tentacles! The Lace's tail is about to touch the entropic, but then the former suddenly pulls up at the last moment, and the entropic creature tentacle hits nothing but air. After that, the tail's midsection slams viciously into the entropic creature's head and sends it flying off in the distance. I didn't know you could hit them like that. Are you alright, Mr. Lacey? I'm fine. Are these your enemies? Don't just rush up like that. They're kind of very dangerous virus. Eh, sorry about that, but I just wanted to help you out solely. Plus, it just so happens this is the way to the admin center, which is where I was headed all along. Wait a minute, did you see the admin center? The admin center is just up ahead. Could these entropics be going after the sector administrator? Yep, and if the administrator gets infected, I won't be able to find my friend either. So, let me go after them with you. If we end up finding the virus, I can be useful too. Really? Would you be willing to help? That's great. So glances at DeLacy, and then at Persicaria, and she suddenly makes up her mind with a nod. Sorry, Deli, but this is kind of important. We need to discuss this for a bit. Give us a few minutes. Persicaria, did you notice anything wrong? Why do you ask? Because you were clearly giving me a look just now that you told me not to trust her too much. I've been around you long enough to understand your cues. Ah, yes, well done, Soul. But why? She did save us, so why do you seem so wary of her? Is it because of what happened in the Neurosector Cloud before, or because... I just don't get it. I trust your judgment, but I still want to know your reasons. The reason is simple. DeLacy is hiding something. Think about it. When we first met, we never once mentioned the Oasis. Yet she just went and brought it up. Don't you think that's weird? Now that you mentioned it, you're right. We've taken over several sectors to date, so it wouldn't be strange for Wandering Dolls to have heard of the Oasis. But then why is she pretending she doesn't know? So you're saying DeLacy is keeping a secret? I can't be sure. Still, it's best to be cautious. DeLacy knows we exist, but we know nothing of the base she mentioned. Huh, that does sound a little sinister. In other words, we're one step behind her in both intelligence and counterintelligence. Since she's got something up her sleeve, we ought to be cautious too. Right, let's inform the proof. What's wrong, Persicaria? Actually, I've been trying to contact the professor for a while now, but I just can't get through. You can't get through? But how? Remember how we lost Odil's signal? Ah, you mean like how it came back when the bedrock opened up. That's right. So that bedrock might be jamming signals. But in any case, we can't contact the professor at the moment, so it does seem like a very bad situation. I see. So mutters to herself for a few seconds. Persicaria, we need fighting power right now. Proku's still waiting for us, and we found traces of entropy. There's no way we can't give chase. But we might not be able to take on the Entropus, which is the 2 of us. While she does seem a little shady, like you said, my instincts are telling me that she's mean us no harm. For the time being, at least. Let's just take her with us for now. Is that the conclusion you have reached after carefully considering our options, Soul? Yeah, I mean, I did rack my brains at least. I'll keep an eye on her at all times just in case something really happens. I understand. You do have a point. We can't just tread water here either. We're in a race against time. Ah, you're back, Persicaria. How is it? Problem solved? You could say that. We believe it would be a good idea for us to move together. That's great. but it might be very dangerous. Are you alright with that, Mr. Lacey? Aw, I've seen all kinds of danger in the real world. It'll be fine. I see. Let's get along then, Mr. Lacey. Sure thing. Let's be friends, Percy and Sully. Being with friends is the best, after all. Yep, leave it to me, Deli. Speaking of which, did you come to the Copley sector by yourself, Mr. Lacey? Huh? No. Actually, I came with a friend, but something happened halfway and we got separated. Her name is... I mean, we know it's Hatsachiri. We already know that already. We know. Where the fuck is Fresno and Willow? Why is Sol not here? That actually makes no sense for Sol not to be here. The three, it should be DeLacy, Sol, and Persicaria. Source of entropy. The control signal is coming from the liquid entropy source, but why is there machinery here? The entropy waves are about to start up. Professor, get behind cover. I mean, technically, I didn't even have to do anything, but whatever. Destroying the source of entropy will stop the entropy waves from coming. If these aren't natural waves, then the entropy waves will stop once we destroy the generator. Man, So sucks. Like, no wonder I dropped her from the party. It kind of makes me feel bad that, like, I worked So up to 5 stars, and then, like, she's not that good. I didn't get that much mileage out of Soul. Like, as soon as I got her to 5 stars, I stopped using her. Because, like, I got V, and V was, like, my new melee. Like, I was using Soul and Sensorossi for a while, and then V just replaced Soul. Entropic region. Venture forward to the layer of entropics, affected by the entropy liquid. All units deal 30% more damage. Additionally, entropics recover HP. Got it. Got it. Alright. Oh, I need to do this. Where's all my sniper shit? Sure, that seems good. Alright. Well, that was pointless. There was like a wave at the start of the fight, so like the buff tiles didn't mean anything. And like I don't know if I can like force my girls to like aim for the entropy thing. It looks like they don't. They don't aim for it. It's like they only aim for it if there's like nothing else to shoot or something. So it doesn't matter. Man, I need like a second sniper or something. Like 90% of my damage is coming from Kluke. It actually kind of astounds me how I survived for this long without like a DPS character. Because like, I basically had like a tank character and 2 like mid-range characters. So I've been surviving for so long without like someone to do all the raw damage. The stupid ass wave keeps pushing Kuke forward. It's still one layer, so like I'm okay with this. The power being overleveled, you're not wrong. Seems kind of weird that the like the tank character they give you for free has like an AoE skill instead of like a tank skill. I mean, like, I get it from like a story perspective though. Like her personality, she has a mech, but then like gameplay wise though, she should have like an HP bearer skill or something. Alright, this one guy like doesn't die to Kluki right away, so I'm just gonna waste my special on him. I forgot that I had these like these free spell things. Cool, I'll take the super hard thing. I'm sure it's easy enough. Yeah, like, I don't get tired of watching those. That is definitely a sensor light, though. That stupid ass light, it triggers me. Why is cleavage so evil? Why does... And Kluki's dead, by the way. But why does the industry think that cleavage is evil? Oh, shit! I died. Okay, let's try that again. Let's try that again. Alright, if I do it this way. Let's see if this works. Where's Kluki? Where's Kluki? There we go. There we go. We're alive. We're alive. All right. Well, Kluki died again. She's dying due to like the entropic shit. That's why she's dying. You're kidding me! Yo! The guy had like 1 HP left. Alright, I'm just gonna aim for the stupid entropy thing. It's like, I don't want to waste it, but I'm aiming for the stupid entropy thing. There we go. Alright, that way like no one should be taking like random damage anymore. I don't have like the proper Kluki team right now either. I know that like I'm missing a few factors on my team. I think if I had a 5-star DeLacy, I might actually replace Persicaria, so that way like DeLacy can buff Kluki. That'd probably help me out a lot. I have a 3-star DeLacy though, so like I don't really want to use her. All right, the game is forcing me into Delacy, Persicaria, and Soul. That makes sense. That makes sense. Holy crap, why is there so many buff tiles? I get to have 2 healers, I guess. I still don't know how Delacy works. She's like a weird cross between like a buffer and a healer. All I know is that like I read like the Cookie team specifically, and like the Cookie teams was all like, oh, either use like mod 3 Emotep, or if you don't have mod 3 Emotep, use Delacy and shit or whatever. So I'm just going off of like what those guides were saying. Well, that was cool. So like killed all those guys at the same time. I really dislike these puzzle stages where like I don't get to use my own units. It's like I'm sure these stages are technically good for like players that like don't have their own overpowered units, but I have my own units. I want to use them. I feel like I should be upgrading all the warrior cards because Soul is my only offensive character here. I have no fucking DPS character, which is really weird. Soul is my DPS character. And I don't have a tank either. I didn't read that. I saw something about seawater. I did not read that though. I just picked the Soul one automatically. I'm sure I'll be fine. Waves no longer stun ally units, but speed up their auto-skill recharge instead. Oh! That sounds good. I don't get stunned anymore. That's really good, actually. Maybe I should actually read these function cards now. Because, like, I legit, like, don't read the function cards. I just, like, pick whoever... Like, I always pick DPS cards. That's, like, what I always pick, basically. I, like, almost, like, never pick healing cards and shit. I usually just pick, like, DPS cards or cards that do damage. Not yet. Okay, there we go. Hey, Faith, what's up? We haven't met in a long time. Enemy team loses HP. Cool. Good talk. Wow, not being knocked back by the waves is actually a big deal. I feel like I'm not taking that much damage anymore. Every 3 attacks, every 2 attacks, cause bleed status. Sure, let's go with that. This is the boss stage? Huh, that's weird. This doesn't feel like a boss stage. Alright, so part 5, part 6. Alright. So just do it in order. I mean, I could probably read it out of order just because they're separate, but I'll do it in order. Squee! The Twiner is that its official name? The Twiner? The Tweener? The Twiner shrieks in an ear-piercing way unique to the Entropics. The tentacles dangling below it suddenly tense up before it starts spinning, like a buzzsaw, and slashes at Antonina. The tentacle tears through the air, producing a sharp whoosh. You're 2 o'clock. Antonina quickly darts back to the right while swiftly typing on her terminal. Data forms into a barrier in front of her. She bends down slightly, eyes fixed on where the entropic creature is attacking from, waiting to patch up the barrier the moment it breaks. However, the thing stops spinning the moment it touches the light screen. The tweener is sent flying several meters by the intense collision before collapsing to the ground, twitching uncontrollably, and sending sticky light purple operants flying everywhere. Huh? Wait a minute, these entropics are ridiculously weak. Antonina condenses operants into a ball and fires the bundle of light from her fingertips, striking the twiner squarely in the middle of its torso. Hiss! Based on our experience in the Parity sector, an attack like this shouldn't even be able to reach a surface layer of an entropic creature. But right now, it's left a big charred hole on its body. 60! No, 40! Professor, these things only have about 40% of the defensive capability of similar entities from the Purity sector. They don't even have 50% of their attack power. Make use of the terrain and wipe them out. Got it. So they're so weak that, like, even the professor could probably kill these things. Soon, Antonina has destroyed the bootleg copies of entropic creatures. They dissolve into a puddle of fluid, which seeps into the ground. Instead of fighting to the death like the ones we encountered before, the few who got away flee in a hurry. You won't get away from me so easily. Wait, Antonina, don't rush in. Just then, the purple-black tide washes in again. I pull Antonina back. This annoying tide again. Cheh. By the time we find our footing, the sticky sound inside the cave has receded with the tide, and the cave grows still and quiet once again. I saw this coming, but it's still giving me the shivers. The tide's gone down. Let's give chase. Following the signal, Antonina leads us deeper into the cave. The further we go, the more dangerous our surroundings become. Antonina, I know you're anxious, but you've been acting rashly ever since you entered this sector. If anything happens to us, there'll be nobody to help cure the epidemic in Oasis. Alright, you have a point. I'll listen to your commands from now on and keep us both safe. Say something already! Discuss entropic creature forms. Discuss entropic creature tactics. Did you learn anything from our battle, Antonina? Huh, the entropics here are different from the ones which attack the Oasis and the ones in the Purity sector. They aren't fully formed yet. There's a lot of redundancy in their code, and they seem kind of like a prototype. In addition to that, they seem to be suppressed in some way. They're weak enough that we don't have to worry about taking battle damage. They're certainly weaker than the ones we've encountered before. But they can't be that weak, right? Unless... Never mind, I haven't thought the whole thing through yet. If I remember correctly, this is the first time we've encountered entropics who voluntarily retreated, right? Huh. Antonina seems a little startled by my observation, but she soon regains her composure. Well done for noticing details like that in the middle of combat. Much as I hate to admit it, I realized one thing while talking with you, Professor. I'm sure our objective lies here. We have an objective that isn't Odile? When I arrived underground, I picked up a very powerful entropic signal, stronger than even Odile's. And if the entropics here are using tactics, that is, if someone's commanding them, I'm fairly confident that there's a big fish down here that we're looking for. So you're saying that even if we don't catch Ordeal, we might be able to obtain the source code. It isn't a matter of might, we have to. Well, that's good news. But if we find it, we should contact Persicaria and the others to ensure we have enough strength to take it on. You were just thinking about going off by yourself, weren't you? Antonina is your one and only, also thoughtful network security assistant. As if she would abandon the vulnerable professor and go by her enemy by herself. Looks like you're really happy about finding a clue. Tch. The underground cave is so big and empty that our footsteps, all we can hear is dripping water. We ally our sense of unease with occasional snippets of conversation until we reach the point where the signal stops moving. This is it. Those entropics have formed a herd, and they're protecting their den in the middle. They're operating like bees. The drone's protecting the queen. So that powerful signal is here. No, I've given signals of this intensity their own label, representing a small hive. Careful, the tide's coming in again. Just then, the purplish-black tide churns once more. Antonina grabs my sleeve, and we both dive behind a nearby rock pillar to avoid it. Sticky sounds rush towards us along the tide. The countless entropics threaten to engulf us. Antonina deploys her barrier again, barely managing to hold off the horde of entropics. In the next moment, I notice a figure among the stalactites on the ceiling of the cave. Oh, it's Hatsuchiri! The murky figure darts out from among the stalactites. Before I can see where she's attacking, she's already plunged down the entropics, grappling with Anna. The entropics that was in the air just a moment ago is now squirming futilely in the ground. A lance pierces his body, and the entropics creature immediately dissolves into a pool of liquid that vanishes beneath the ground. Meanwhile, the lance owner expertly extracts her weapon from the ground, then turns back to glance at us. That's... Sensing danger, the entropic creatures sprawled on the ground quickly gather into a group. As the tide surges, they shriek at the entity who fell out of the sky. Scream! Pathetic. The tide surges to the ceiling of the cave in an instant, and the entropic's twisted cries echo throughout the underground cavern. She swings her lance in midair, and the spinning leaf blades at its tip move the tide of the entropics in the direction she wants them to go to. After that, she puts her lance away and vanishes below the surface of the ground, like she was diving into water. Signal analysis complete. She's one of the adults in the Project Neurocloud. Did she just dive underground? Over there. A lance quietly emerges from the center of the entropic tide. The leaf blades at its tips spin rapidly, drawing the surrounding entropics into it. Several seconds later, the doll lance emits the receding tide and flicks her lance, sweeping away the few entropics that remain. As Antonina and I move up, the last entropic is reduced to a puddle of fluid at her hands and vanishes. Try to engage a conversation. You. Before I can finish, the doll turns to look at us. Her face is covered by her helmet, and we can't make out her expression in the gloom. My eyes seem to have met hers for an instant, but just a moment later she turns away. They'll be back. Be careful. As though to prove her point, the entropics immediately start pouring towards us from all around in an endless stream. Invite her to fight with us. Sure, this is an emergency. Why don't we try to get this together? Alright, I'll be counting on you, Professor. Alright, cool. I technically have Hatsujiri now. And then, what did the professor decide back then? Did they take the unfamiliar doll under their wing, or did they reject her? What happened? DeLacy is walking cheerily ahead of the other two along the shaded path, her tail swishing up and down behind her. Aw, tell me, Percy. Then the professor. Faced with a nigh irresistible wave of enthusiasm, Persicara slowly finishes telling yet another story about the professor. Oh, so DeLacy is like an extrovert. DeLacy is like an extrovert, and Persicara is like an introvert. So Persicara like is like getting like she's like Bochi from that stupid like ass anime that everybody loves or whatever. That said, she carefully omits any key information out of caution. Oh, so that's how they solved the problem in the end. What a brilliant move. It's so touching, squeals. I expected nothing less than the professor. I didn't know such a gripping tale was unfolded in that sector. DeLacy begins counting the stories Persica told her on her fingers. Rossum, Cyclops, Helios. So you conquered all those sectors in a short time frame. As I thought, the professor is brilliant and wise, as the rumors say. I need to write all this down. Oh, you do get it after all. The proof is awesome. I can't believe she's still hungry for more, even though I've been telling her stories along the way. You better be careful, Persicaria. What do you mean? At this rate, she's gonna beat you to complying quotations from the professor. Oh, wow. Percy! I've already written down all the stories you told me. Go on to the next one. and then with Persicaria gets NTR'd by the professor. She wants to learn more about the professor, and then she'll be the professor's advocate. At least until, like, 416 comes in the picture. Because I don't think any of the girls beat 416. Eh? You want more? Yep, tell me about the Enigma sector. Mr. Lacey, do you know the professor from before? Nope. Really? Really? Then why are you so interested in the professor? You bet I am. I love humans who treasure dolls. Well, you know what? She's not wrong, actually. The commander is, like, one of the few humans that, like, isn't racist towards dolls. And need I remind you of the fucking O system in Girls Front Line? So, shit, how many rings do I have in Girls Front Line? I need to recheck again, but I think I have 45 girls that have been oathed in Girls Front Line. I think I'm about, like, at 45 or 50 girls. And, like, I am counting the ringleaders, because I oath all the ringleaders. And I love the professor, who leads dolls in the cloud server even more. I'll have to confirm that with the professor when we get back. Percy, Deli, I see it. Thank goodness I'm saved. Huh? But I want to hear more, you know. There, Persicaria will tell you more afterwards. Pouts, alright. You're a team leader after all, Sully. Thank you, Sol. You're so kind. Haha, I didn't think there'd actually be people you couldn't handle, Persicaria. Hello, anyone home? It feels strangely quiet. That's not right. Very few sector administrators would leave their work area. Don't tell me we're already too late. I can't say for sure, but there's no signs of a virus attack here, so we shouldn't assume the worst just yet. Or maybe the administrators saw the virus attack coming and just ran away. In any case, we'll need to search around inside here. Let me handle this. This is a great opportunity for me to show what I can do. Now watch this. With that, DeLacy's cable tail suddenly disperses and expands. The individual strands extending into various rooms and corridors abound the room. I like that how they just replay. They legit just keep replaying the stupid ass, like, ultimate animation. Wait, you could use it like that too? Heh, I used to perform that trick for my friends all the time. I call it the tail probe technique. That's a surprisingly plain name considering the scheme you have there. A moment later, DeLacy's tail retracts. Huh. Doesn't look like anybody's there. Could there be a basement in this building? If there were, there's no telling if the administrator is going to pop out from the underground. Say what? You make it sound as if the admin was a zombie or something. Wow! Wow, she really did pop out. Are you the administrator? Oh, she's cute. She's like a mermaid. Where'd you pop out from? I don't think she suddenly appeared. It's more like she's been standing there all along. We didn't notice her. That sounds even scarier. No, I need to get a grip. Hello, Miss Administrator. Say something already. Agents from the outside should not be here. Ah, she spoke. Please leave as soon as possible. We got a reason for coming here. Please leave as soon as possible. We're very sorry for interrupting your work, but we really need to ask a favor of you. Please leave as soon as possible. Ah, hell. Don't tell me we got another dork on our hands like the administrator of the Helios sector. I'm not a dork. She spoke. Finding the right words is tedious. Please leave as soon as possible. Miss Administrator, how should we address you? Tyrannum. Would you mind hearing us out, Miss Tyrannum? No, get out. I still have work to do. We came here to find a friend of ours. Friends are not within the scope of our research. Now go. I still have research to do. For some reason, she strikes me as a different variety of dorky administrator. Is it me, or does she really look tired? She's like a research doll who has worked 96 hours straight. Neko ga shabata! Hmm? Yeah, she's kind of like the exact opposite of you, Deli. So basically super introverted. Huh, are you praising me? It doesn't matter. Now what do we do? Miss Tyrannum, please leave as soon as possible. You just said you were doing research, right? What kind of research was it? Leave as soon as possible. We'll be going, but before that, let me guess. You're doing ecological research, right? Yes, leave. In that case, the undersea structure of the sector should be within your job scope, right? Undersea structure? Never heard of it before. Now go. Wait. Don't go brushing off like that. We saw the bedrock open up with our own eyes. Never heard of it before. Never seen it before. Never witnessed before. Go. Won't be able to finish my research. Not going to listen to your nonsense. But what if we're not making things up? Don't you want to figure things out as a researcher? Why does such strange and bizarre ecology emerge at the bottom of the sea? Don't want to figure it out. Nobody asked me to research that. Want to go back to my room. That's being a bit too nerdy, don't you think? Come on, Persicaris, say something. I thought of a way to get her to talk, but... Persicaria eyes to Lacey with uncertainty. While the other two were talking to Tyrannum, she secretly tried to contact the professor and Antonina again. There was still no signal. Persicaria scowls and finally makes up her mind. Miss Tyrannum, go. You said that researching the underground isn't your job, but protecting them and maintaining your sector should be your job, right? Yes, so outside agents should go. And we will, however, I can't say the same thing for the other things. Other things? Yes, actually we pursued a computer virus called Entropy to this sector. And also we have reason to believe that this virus is now hiding inside the Copley sector. Since you haven't heard of an underground region in this sector, it's possible that the Entropy virus has hollowed out the region below us, like a rotten tooth. Ew, gross much? But yeah, it's because of a bookworm like you doesn't give a crap about what's happening outside that the Entropy virus could set up shop and take over this place. If anything happens here, you're going to answer for it. Why? Because ensuring the stability of the sector is the administrator's responsibility. So please, check the underground, Miss Tyrannum. Don't believe you. Viruses are the Sanctifier's responsibility. Let them handle it. You really are. Call them over then. Call the Sanctifiers over if you think you've got the guts for it. I will. Go on, call them. They're just a bunch of lesser Sanctifiers. I can't even remember how many of them I've scrapped at this point. They're here. Eh? That was fast. Look out behind you. Enterprise Sanctifier. An Enterprise Sanctifier suddenly appears at the doorway. With lightning speed, Soul draws her short sword and blocks its attack. The hell? You call this a Sanctifier? Huh? You can take out your and shove it down your pie hole. Solely, I'll help you. Careful, these monsters can affect you. Yeah, I'll provide shield support. Good, let's start by bringing it down. Wait, does she legit not know anything about her own sector? Wow. Why is Simo here? Yo, you should be back at the base. Let me see, check on the Coctuous thingy. Cool. Coctuous is a mid-order entropic. Check out the Splasher. Splasher is a low-order entropic. Professor, these entropics act upon the directives given by those of higher order. That, Cocytus is a mid-order entropic. If we defeat it, the lower-ranking entropics will be briefly stunned, which will help our offensive. Are they entirely dependent on orders from the superiors? It sounds like a tree-shaped network structure. That seems to be the case from what I've seen so far. Prioritize taking out the higher order of entropics to buy more time to attack. Please command us in battles you see fit, Professor. I mean, this is obviously a tutorial stage, so it doesn't matter. Cool! Freebie stage. I love freebie stages. Alright, now I actually gotta put in the work, sort of. If only I had enough neurofragments to get Kluke to 5 stars, but I'm still missing fragments. Every instance of movement deals operating damage equal to a hash rate to all nearby enemies if they're within 1 enemy tile. Good talk. No buff tiles? That's weird. That's weird. No buff tiles. Every fire attacks do true damage. I'm okay with that. Yeah, gamble. Painful elation. Ally units take damage equal to 10% of their max HP at the start of battle, but had their attack increased by 30%. I'm okay with that. I don't need HP. No kill like overkill. That's the one I always get, actually. Bloodthirsty Riz. I always get DPS. Always go for DPS. Kluke is all I need. She's all I need. I do think it's still weird that Kluke is like a hash rate. She's a hash rate like character and not like a physical character. She's basically like a spellcaster shooter, which I think is weird. Damn! Alright, I'm sorry, Faith. Sorry I had to own you like that. I don't need HP. I only need DPS. Wait, I don't need this. Why is it still offering me cards? Part 7, Part 8. I guess I'll do this one
手伝おう
first.
か？前方に敵を
2
発見しました
layers? Oh, great. And then eventually we're gonna get to 3 layers. And 3 layers takes so long to do. Modesty has been sighted. Watch out for summon units. Got it. Take that. Take this one. No kill like overkill. That seems to synergize well with the clue key. Wait, this one.
いざ山の向こうへ
Wow, I like how Kroku was entirely worthless for that fight. Kroku got like stuck like in the corner of the map, and she just kind of just sat there and went on vacation.
私の実力を見せてあげる
God damn it, these stupid waves! Fucking Christ, I can't do anything. I fucking can't do anything. What made that fight annoying is that like Faith was getting bounced around. If Faith stood in one spot, I would have been fine. That does absolutely nothing. I'm not gonna cast Kroku's skill anymore. It just doesn't do shit. Kroku's skill only does something if I'm like massively overleveled, like versus the area. I kind of feel like I don't even need Kroku anymore, but then like whenever I take Kroku out of the party, like I don't have like a taunter anymore. And then like all my girls start taking damage. Oh, I want this. I want this. I guess environmental functions are good now, because I used to never take environmental functions, but like that stupid water like is pissing me off. No more of that shit, please. When specials buff or debuff any unit, they heal the ally with the lowest HP. I don't really need a secondary healer, but I'll take it anyway. I'll take extra healing. Alright, cool. We don't get stunned anymore. Thank God. No more stun. 416 is here getting like tentacle ripped in the corner, but nobody cares for some reason. And also, like, you would think that 416 would, like, aim for the dude shooting her, but the sniper tile is forcing her to shoot the enemy furthest away. So, she's ignoring this entry pick right here. Yeah, 416 doesn't care. It's like those strategy RPG games where, like, they have that real world about like snipers or mage characters where like they can't shoot characters like one tile next to them. They can only shoot characters like 5 tiles away, but they can't shoot anyone within those 5 tiles or something. Advanced Wars does that too. Advanced Wars does that with artillery. Artillery can't shoot straight. They can only shoot up or something. Which I guess makes sense. Every time I do like a fucking 3-layer or two-layered like dungeon thing, it always feels like I spend half an hour here. If Girls Run Line ever gets like a mod 5 or like a mod 6 kind of thing, I feel like they should add animation skills for the T-Dolls. Because right now, Girls Frontline only has animation skills for the ringleaders. But you would think that M4A1 would deserve that, maybe? I think M4A1 deserves an animation skill. Is that a boss thing? The origin of evil. The other entropics are affected when we attack the high order entropics in the center. This tactic is effective. Looks like this strategy is effective on the entropics we've encountered so far. That's great. Can you cover me? I'll assault it. Leave it to us. As the last entropic dies, the liquid entropy-infused tide fully recedes. The doll pulls her lance out of the entropic hive and returns to her side. The battle's over. Perfect and efficient. It's hard to believe that you only just started finding these things after coming here. I simply used my abilities to my advantage. The professor's directions were very helpful. I might not even be a match for you in a one-on-one battle above ground. Well, neither of us were a tactical doll to begin with, so we're the same in that respect. Are you saying that the professor might have been even more efficient if they were commanding tactical dolls? Perhaps the professor might have relevant experience, no? What's a tactical doll? Here, I've conquered many lands far and wide by leading an army of tactical dolls. You know what? This second option is technically not wrong, actually. Oh, never mind. I knew you wouldn't give a serious answer to that. Very humorous of you, Professor. If you got the gall to call this humorous, you must be utilizing the word as a synonym for asking for a beating. Huh. Perhaps that method of lightening the mood was not quite appropriate. Just then, as if sensing my gaze, she turns to meet my eye. Hello, Professor. I believe this is the first time we've met. I am Hatsuchiri. She extends a hand to me. However, our hands only touch for a brief moment before she lets go and nods to us. Do you know what's going on in the underground cavern? As you can see, Professor, the bedrock is of no hindrance to me. Unfortunately, I have not been investigating this place for long. When it comes to conditions deeper within, I might not know as much as you do. My companion Suyor's signal vanished here, so I came to look for him. I didn't expect to run into others in this place. You want me to travel with you, Professor? Given the present situation, I should be able to travel with you for a while. Well, not just for a while. We've established a base in the sector called the Oasis. If you're willing, you can join us. Huh, that is a great suggestion. But for now, I simply want to find Suyori first. I will not have the luxury of contemplating other matters until this vital task is completed. Understood. I'm glad you understand, Professor. Now then, let's get along during the journey that is to come. Well, since we're temporary allies, let's share what we know. Alright, now upload and synchronize information. Upload complete. Have you learned anything new? Good news! The info Hatsachiri gave us was useful. We can basically confirm the existence of a tree-shaped network among the entropic units. They're different from the ones we encountered in the Peridius, not just in their source code, but also in their command structure. The entropics in the Copley sector know how to fight in unison, with higher order entities issuing commands to lower ranks. I see. No wonder the other individuals are temporarily incapacitated when we take down the high order entropics. I guess that's because they need some time for another high order entropic to take over command for them. If we can afford to, we should focus fire on the hive leaders. That should make the remainder easier to deal with. That sounds like very useful information. Sounds like there's good news. What was the bad? The bad news is that this is the 5th entropic hive we've destroyed. The deeper we go, the more of these mini hives we encounter. If the number of these hives increases with every step we take, it's going to slow down our exploration speed. That doesn't sound too bad. Is the signal you're tracking deeper within? Yes, but we need to go much deeper. Have you found any traces of Suyoi? Hatsachiri shakes her head. I haven't been able to pick up any other doll signals either. Have you considered that Suyoi might not be here? The last time we detected Suyori's signal, it was in the Copley sector. Also, comms on the surface were perfectly functional, so if there was anywhere we wouldn't be able to get a signal, it would have to be underground. What if you can't find him down here? He's here, I'm sure of it. Is he very important to you? He is my companion, and also the only other doll of the same model as me. Does that make you brother and sister? Brother and sister? Why do you say that? In human terms, a pair of individuals created by the same person would be called siblings. I see. Then I guess that would be the case. Suyori is my younger brother and a comrade of mine, so I must find him. While I don't understand the concept of siblings, I'm not going to stop you if that's the reason you're taking the risk. But before that, I want to record the environmental change in this area. Huh? What's wrong? Hatsachiri queries and walks over to Antonina. You should take a look for yourself. It seems we aren't the first visitors to this place. What are you looking at? Hatsachiri uses her weapon to lift an object wrapped in goop, and from inside the liquid entropy and shows it to me. There's a damper in here, and then it's been chewed up. Looks like it was left behind by a resident agent from a certain sector. We aren't the first batch of agents to have come this way, Professor. And the agents who came before us were probably devoured by those monsters. Hatsachiri lowers the damper into a pool of water and swirls it around a little to wash off the liquid entropy on it, then puts it away. What's wrong with that damper? Nothing that I could see. It's just that when we return to the surface, I can return to the administrator. Perhaps the administrator is worried about the disappearance of this agent, or perhaps she already knows about all this. After all, there's no way a sector administrator wouldn't know about what's going on with her own sector. Perhaps, but this is the work habit of mine. You seem very calm. Not worried about Suyoi? Suyoi isn't weak. I'm sure he wouldn't have been devoured so easily by monsters like these. I must not let my agitation jeopardize my chances of finding him, however. Hatsachiri purses her lips. Her expression doesn't seem to be calm as her tone suggests. Professor, I'd like to move forward ASAP. What do you plan to do? Let's go. Then I will continue scouting underground like before. I'll contact you if I pick up anything unusual. Yo, bitch be swimming in the ground. With that, she sinks underground. As we proceed further into the cave, I hear a strange sound. It's a rhythmic tremor. Initially, it is very faint, but as we head towards the location indicated by Antonina, it becomes louder and louder, pounding on my eardrums, like the rhythm of a heartbeat. I look to Antonina beside me. She's gripping the edges of her terminal tightly, and her eyes are staring into a distance, into an unknown darkness. Antonina, did you... Aye? Huh? Why the drastic reaction? It's nothing. I was just filtering out the noise when the signal returns. Why did you call out to me all of a sudden? Did you hear something that sounds like a heartbeat? I did, and it isn't just a sound either. She indicates the ground beneath her feet. The hard gray rock is covered in bulges and grooves of varying thickness, crisscrossing over each other in a way that looks both like plant roots and blood vessels on the organ surface. The rock is covered with these things, and their texture is similar to the rock, yet slightly different. It's like we're walking through some lifeform's nervous system. The sudden reaction is also growing stronger. Just how strong is it going to get? We can discuss strategy at any time. If you think they're stronger than we anticipated, we can always contact Persecutor first. I know, I put the task of cracking the barrier on the back end. Magressi is a word of data, so why is there a sound of heartbeat here? It makes me feel really uncomfortable. The root nodes you're talking about exist underground as well, but they are not quite the same as you describe. You're underground too? Could you bring up a section for us to look at? I'll try. A few seconds later, Hatsukiri emerges from the ground, and the hole closes up behind her. They're not made of rock. They look like parts of some agent. I cut off a piece, here. This is the entropic code structure. They're still animate, but they're not individuals, more like parts of some living creature. The ones on the surface have already hardened. Are the parts underground still active? Is that so? I can't tell. Only that they can't be parted like the bedrock. Does it affect your movements while you're underground? A little, but it doesn't really matter. I've encountered similar root systems when I worked underground before. All I had to do was cut them up. Can you analyze the signal they're carrying? I can try. Several seconds later, a soft garbled and sound emerges from Antonia's terminal. At first, it's just indistinct moaning, like a freshly born beast. As Antonia raises the audio resolution, it gradually turns into something like a woman's voice. You can hardly call it a language, yet it clearly conveys emotion, anger, sorrow, and intense desire. Like a heart howling because it can't break free of the ribcage it's incarcerating it. Antonia presses the stop button. That's what it contains? Just then, the ground suddenly trembles again. The tentacle-like gripping the ground begins to shudder, and small chunks of operants fall from the cavern roof into the pools of water. Another earthquake? No. It only looks like the bedrock is shaking. What's happening? The signal radius is growing. The barrier signal jamming is gone. Persecutor, do you read? The tremor suddenly stops. Antonia's call echoes through the cavern. The light of the transmitter has gone dim once more. Did the signal cut out again? Yeah, it did. Still, thanks to the abnormality of the barrier, I managed to scan further. This time, I managed to precisely pinpoint the location. Not only that, I also know the exact disposition of the enemy forces. Are there any dull signals in the position of the high-order entropic? Sadly not. Perhaps the opposition has a counter-jamming system, because I picked up some noise in the signal. Noise? What kind of noise? I'll play it for you. This is an encrypted message from Suyoi. He's trapped somewhere nearby and he's calling for help. It's an encrypted message? I can't believe there are encrypted methods that I don't know about. No, I didn't even realize that this was a form of encryption. When was this developed? It's a special ability of our model. It's mainly used to transmit messages underground. Normal systems simply dismiss it as noise when they pick it up. Suyoi wouldn't use it under normal circumstances. The fact that he's using it means the situation must be very severe. I'm sorry, Professor, but we have to part ways here. I need to go. I don't want to stop you from blaming your friend, but the signal I've been tracking is extremely strong. It would be very dangerous for you to go alone. That's alright. I'm stronger than Suyoi in terms of fighting ability and functional performance. I want to save him ASAP. Every second counts. If I make you hurry along with me, you'll face greater danger. I understand. Good luck. Wait a minute. What if the signal source is with Suyoi? You mean the high-order entropic might have captured Suyoi? Now that you mention it, judging by their approximate locations, that is actually quite likely. We can only pick up his signal at this distance with Antonia's help. I doubt you've managed to pinpoint his exact location yet. And if our targets are not in the same place, we can still part ways then. Indeed, you have a point, Professor. However, rescuing him is still my top priority. Once I verify he's not with your target, we will go our separate ways. Here's to a jolly cooperation then. Yo, this be looking like some alien shit. If this was an RPG, this would so be a dungeon crawl. Hopefully an RPG without random encounters though, because that's like that's such an archaic system. I am not a fan of random encounters. After clearing away the entropic blocking our path, our vision suddenly lights up. The rock here is riddled with holes by purplish black liquid operans. The wind makes a high pitch and mournful noise as it blows through the fine holes of the rock. Is she the high order entropic you're looking for? In the faint purple light, I see a massive figure perched on a rock. Okay, is that a fucking... Yo, I'm thinking legit, either Conco Abyssal or like Azure Lane. Because Azure Lane and Conco both do the same shit of like black and white enemy crap. Conco Abyssal or Azure Lane, Azure Lane enemies. Take your pick. Yo, this is a fucking ship girl. I don't care what anyone's saying. That is a ship girl right there. Her upper body looks like any other agent's, but massive tentacles protrude from the tumorous growth like her lower, that is her lower body. Twitching and sensing the conditions of their surroundings, it seems she has noticed us. Because she starts to struggle, as though trying to shrug free of something. Uah! Her ear-piercing shriek fills the underground cavern. All the operants in the area are gathering within her. There's no doubt about it, she's the source of the signal. Alright, cool. I didn't realize that I switched games all of a sudden. In the meantime, back up with the weird-ass administrator that doesn't give a shit. She looks like a Conco Abyssal, actually. Looks like there really is a virus. I told you it was real. But didn't you call a Sanctifier over? Why did a virus-infected creature come over instead? She gave you a Scarals treatment? Don't know. Maybe the Sanctifiers got infected. You don't say. In any case, this proves that there's a virus in the Copley sector, right? So will you help us investigate the entropy now, Miss Tyrannum? It's a pain. It's your job as administrator. Fine. What should we do? We're hoping you can use her sector administrator permissions to help us find the owner of this feather. Persicara's hands the feather Odile dropped to Tyrannum. Fine. Not too far, I hope. Less complaining, more moving. So drags Tyrannum with her and out of the admin center. Persicara and DeLacy slowly follow behind. Miss DeLacy? What's up, Percy? Are you okay? This is your first time finding those monsters. They're quite a handful, aren't they? Oh, I'm fine. Don't dismiss me because of my looks. I'm a pretty good fighter, you know. She's a medic. If we have a chance later on, I'll tell you all about how I wrestled a brown bear while I was a roving doll mechanic. If only the professor could be here to hear the story. Hopefully you get the chance. Are you sure it's this way? Yep. It feels like we're back at the beach from before. See, that's where we got swept away. Are you sure you're seeing anything unusual all along the stretch? No, I want to go home. Will you be serious about this? Any further forward and you'll end up in the sea. If we can't find anyone even after coming all this way, maybe the person you're looking for was swept away by the tsunami in the first place. But we didn't see her back then. She looks half human, half entropic. I'd recognize her if she'd return into ash. Suddenly Tyrannum tenses up as if she knows something. Hey, what are you looking at me for? What's that behind there? Tyrannum doesn't answer. Instead, she pulls herself free from Soul's grip and starts running towards the sea. Hey, what the heck are you doing? Got you. Soul catches up to Tyrannum and pins her arms to her sides. Ow, be gentle. I'll be gentle when you stop pulling stunts like that. Now talk, why did you run off? Need to hurry. Hurry for what? Need to hurry. Ugh, she's stronger than she looks. What's going on? Persicaria? Hang on, Soul. It's a transmission from Antonina. They got through for just a second. Really? What did she say? They didn't say anything. The signal cut off before she could speak. All I heard was some noise, as well as something that sounded like a heartbeat. What are you saying, Persicara? Why would there be a heartbeat on the cloud server? I don't know. I'm more concerned about how comms got restored temporarily. Maybe there's an underground entrance nearby, so the signal got better. I experienced something like that in the past when I was working underground with my friends. You really can't do anything, Deli. In that case, we should get closer to the sea. Maybe we'll be able to contact Professor and the others again. Kokodayo? Right here! Right here! Right here! Right here! Hang on, Persicara. Don't get so worked up whenever the professor's name comes up. I know what you're thinking, that something must have happened underground, if comms were suddenly restored. But our priority right now is to find Ordeal. If she's still hiding nearby, she could ambush us at any time. Must hurry. No, it's too late. Tyrannum, who has been struggling in Soul's arm all this time, suddenly stops and stares dumbly at the sea. Too late? What are you talking about? She's here. Wait, do you mean? Before Soul can finish, she senses a gaze on her back. Practically on an instant, she ducks to the side. Black claws whistle past her ears. Ha! Then, riding her momentum, she does a flip and lands a kick on the attacking Black Shadow. Not expecting the blow, the figure is sent flying several meters away. Sully! I'm fine. Take care of the administrator. Kokodayo! She's here! She's here! So draws her twin blades and plants herself between the shadow and the others. After being kicked into the shallow waters, the ambusher slowly rises and reveals her true identity. Ordeal. The dark purple on the former administrator of the art sector seems deeper than before, and the traces of her bestial metamorphosis are even more obvious. It's literally a Kokodayo moment, basically. Seawater and cloudy liquid entropy mix together and drips off strands of her hair. This is Black Spawn. This individual doesn't look like the Sanctifier we saw before. Do you know her, Sully? Yeah, she was once a sector administrator. We have a history. Just as Soul is about to face up with Ordeal, Ordeal waves her hand. Several low entropic individuals then cry out of the ocean, baring their claws and fangs as they approach. So that's what you were hiding. Are you cowards or what? Since you showed up, let's have a good clean fight. Ordeal ignores So. She spreads her black wings and her feet slowly lift off the ground. Oh no, you don't! So tries to run up and intercept Ordeal, but an intropod creature is already charging at her, forcing her to hack away its attacking tentacles with a swing of her blade. When she looks again, Ordeal's already flown over everyone's heads, heading for land. More rustling comes from behind her. The Entropics individuals lying in ambush within the shadows emerge en masse, leaving Soul too busy to worry about anything else. Persicara and DeLacy take up flying stances too. Sully, we're coming to help you. I'm leaving those few over there to you, Deli. She's trying to use him to buy herself time. Don't let her get away. Persicara, I need shield support. On it. Here we go. Soul steps to the head of the nearby Entropic and uses it to launch herself towards Ordeal. However, Ordeal is just a bit higher than Soul, and her chop hits nothing but air. Go, damn it! Just as she's about to fall, Soul drops her shorter weapon and launches it with a kick. Ugh. The blade completes a revolution in the air and hits Ordeal in the abdomen. She immediately starts spiraling unsteadily towards the ground. Got her. We're done over here. Yeah, that should have hurt her. We're headed this way and pursue her. Look out, Soul. From the quantities of liquid entropy we found earlier, those probably aren't all the forces she brought along. There might be entropics covering her retreat along this path. Yeah, got it. As though to validate Persicaria's guess, entropic creatures really start emerging from either side of the path. Piece of cake. Searing. Soul casts the flames of both her swords forward and annihilates the group blocking her path. Hey, that makes Soul look like an actual combatant. Too bad we know she's not meta. She is not meta, unfortunately.
今度はどこに行くんですか、教授。
One layer? This sounds like a tutorial level. Oh, it's just one layer. Okay. Sniper. What is this? Super armor? Yeah, I'll take the super armor.
イージスの盾切る。こんなので飽きたわ。
Well, that was easy enough. Spend 30 cash coins. I don't have 30 coins. All non-healer allied dolls attack rate 50% and hash rate minus 50%. Well, I guess I can't complain. Yeah, I have money now. Now I have money. So basically my healers suck, but that's okay. I don't need to heal. You don't need healing. You don't need healing if you one-shot everything. God damn it! Stupid wave shit. Obtain a positive protocol. Hell yeah, we gamble. I wasted money. Oh, whatever. I don't need that. It's only one layer, so the enemy boss shouldn't be that powerful. The enemy's only strong if it's like a 3-layer kind of dungeon. And I still call it dungeons. I know they're not called dungeons, but I still call them dungeons. Call of Disdain summons low order entropics. Cool. Yeah, you're a fucking Conco Abyssal. You are definitely a Conco Abyssal. Also, she's a waifu. Yo, I'd hit it. Not gonna lie, I would hit it. Damn, bro. Kluke fucking carrying me. Yo, Kluke carrying my ass. I'd hit it. I hit it, guys. I will join. I would join the Abyssal army. I'll join the Entropic army. Her tentacles are too hard to handle. That's what she said. Several massive tentacles thrash wildly in the area, are on the high order Entropic, easily breaking up our offensive. If only we could get close. Got it. Mind your front. The front? Hatsukiri doesn't answer. Instead, she splits a tentacle in front of her in two with the swing of her spear, before leaping to the ground again. And in the next moment, she appears in front of Antonina. Right after Hatsukiri appears, tentacles burst through the ground behind her. However, Anna's code packets fly out almost the same time and swiftly immobilize them. Binding code! At the same time, Hatsuri's spear pierces through the tentacles grappling with Anna. Hatsuri grabs Anna and instantly switches positions with her. It's up to you. This is close enough. Analyzing target. Binding program ready. The massive high-order entropic seems to have sensed something and turns toward us. The ground bulges up and splits open, and the sound of crackling rocks fills our ears. The dull, heavy heartbeats grow more intense, and even the ground trembles, like we were stepping on a raw, live heart. Commence all thread DOS attack. Ah! So DOS attacks are still useful even in 2070? Damn. DOS, that sounds so ancient though. DOS attack sounds ancient as hell. The high order entropic puts up no resistance as Antonina pins her to the spot. She tilts her head and looks towards Antonina with confusion. DOS? Look out! Hatsuri rushes forward and grabs Antonina's arm as it let out a warning cry. Both of them roll to the side. A tentacle suddenly erupts out of the ground where Antonina was standing. Its tip blindly quests through the air for a bit before disappearing back underground. Thank you. I can't believe she could reach so far. No problem. You also helped me with those underground tentacle earlier. Speaking of which, did she just parrot what I said? I saw it from behind. She's becoming more and more familiar with their attack patterns. You mean she's learning? But the speed at which she's growing. We will probably be seeing more things that exceed our expectation. In any case, we need to come up with new tactics. If we split up with one group trying to distract her, while the other tries to ambush her, we might have a shot at winning this. I understand. If you pin her down on the surface, I can launch a swift attack by going underground. This sort of close combat is dangerous. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes, this should be the best solution available to us at the moment. I'll be counting on you for cover. She stabs her weapon to the ground and burrows straight downward. Hey, you're moving too fast. Oh, forget it. Let's finish this up quickly, Professor. Stay back. Move further back. I need to make something here that would draw her attention. Green operants glow around Antonina's body. I'm not sure if it's my imagination, but the high order entropic has been staring at Antonina the whole time. Entropics, come. With her garbled words, the number of cracks on the ground start to grow. This time, what comes through them are not tentacles, but densely packed lesser entropics. Going for the monster horde tactics that you're so good at again, but I'm prepared for this. The lower order entropics, which have just emerged, are immediately bound by Antonina's programs. Their first ranks are stuck in the passages, blocking the path of the entropics behind them. However, they are not stalled for long. The entropics trapped in the fissure begin chewing through their colleagues above them. The binding programs soon lose effect, and the monsters rush out like a tidal surge. Damn it, there's just too many of them. The low order entropics have practically fused together into a single being as they surround Antonina. Even when their front ranks are destroyed, new ones fill the gap almost immediately. I continue observing the surroundings until the moment comes when all the entropics are grouped into one place. Now! Use tactical skill. Orbital strike! So, the commander uses offensive skills. Got it. Not flexible. The cluster entropics are taken by surprise and reduced to ashes by a combined attack. We're done, Professor. Hey, wait a minute. Orbital strike. I thought that one was a single targeted one. Realizing that her attack isn't working against us, the high order entropic lowers her head and wraps her tentacles around the rock. They slowly slither downward. That direction. She's not coming at us, so where's she going? Just as the high order entropic looks down, Hatsuri emerges from the rock wall next to her. The high order entropic senses Hatsuri's approach immediately, but the latter's lance is still one step ahead. Squelch! Ah! It hurts! Hatsuri's attack pierces through her body, and the high order entropic makes a garbled noise that sounds like a wail. It hurts! Ag! Ag, let me go! Her tentacles starts thrashing wildly. She raises a stout tentacle and begins pounding the roof of the cavern. The entire room starts trembling in response. Suyoi! Don't tell me. The rocks have already been severely weakened due to entropic corrosion. Now the stalactites are crumbling and falling from the ceiling, like heavy ballista bolts falling from the sky. Hatsukiri is forced to submerge underground to avoid them, while Anthony and I have to run and hide. You could say that Hatsukiri is good at piercing girls. Oh my. Where the hell is she going? Her signal's moving away from us. She's trying to escape. Don't go out. Mind the falling rocks. She seems to be shouting something else, but the sound of falling rocks drowns it out and I can't make it out. After who knows how long, the tremors finally stop. We emerge from between the rocks and meet up with Hatsukiri. I'm glad you're both alright. Your target has vanished, but Suyo's signal is still nearby. I could sense Suyo's signal when she attacked the grotto ceiling just now. It's very likely that he's above us. Above us? Indeed, the entropic signals I picked up far exceed what we've seen so far. It would seem there is another space above this cavern. He might be trapped by the entropics and unable to free himself. But he keeps sending a repeating message, so things look very grim. What do you plan to do next? We intend to pursue the high order entropic. It's what we came here for. I see. In that case, our partnership is coming to an end for real this time. Alright, maybe we meet again. Before that, perhaps. Goodbye then, Professor. Hatsukiri takes my hand. After a quick shake, she dives back into the ruined ground and vanishes from sight. Strange, this makes no sense. Are you talking about Hatsukiri or the high order entropic? Neither. Come take a look at this, Professor. This is... I look in the direction where Antonia is pointing and see ruined machines peeking out from underneath the ruined walk. At first, I wondered if it was an agent who had accidentally stumbled in here, or if it was left behind by a sanctifier. But on closer inspection, it looks like it was installed here from the beginning and then damaged by external attack. Can you determine its original purpose? That would be difficult. It's too badly damaged and eroded. I need some time to perform a more detailed analysis. Man-made devices in an entropic layer. Very suspicious indeed. Also, Professor, don't you think this high-order entropic had almost zero hostile intent? We wrecked a lot of entropic hives along the way, but they were all composed of the most basic entropics surrounding a somewhat higher-order entropic. Despite being the highest-order entropic here, she hardly had any subordinates around to protect her. Still, time is limited, and all we can do is keep pursuing her. Yeah, we can't let her go. Kroku and the others are still waiting for us. We need to get her source code ASAP. Yeah, it's definitely going to take me a good long while to finish the event now. And unfortunately, I do have work this afternoon. So, it's early morning for me. I'm going to go ahead and cut off the stream here, boys. But thanks for hanging out for the Saturday and Friday streams. We are reconvening back here again on Tuesday, unless I can stream earlier, but I don't know about that. I'm getting hungry, guys. I'm going to go grab myself something to eat. And then, yeah, to be continued.